But that count ends today here. We are live from New Orleans Motorsports Park. My name is Caleb Yeska, as always, and alongside me here in the booth this weekend is the one and only Caleb Schmuck. We are back at the Texas Sprint Racing Series for the Winter Warm Up here. Caleb, a pleasure to have you out here, not in Texas, but in New Orleans this weekend for the Texas Sprint Racing Series.
It's a pleasure to be back in the booth. And Caleb, I think you're the only commentator kart chaser I haven't worked with yet, so it's kind of fun to get us in the booth at the same time. Hopefully, have a fun weekend this week.
Of course, two Calebs for you guys here this weekend. On track now is your mini Swift class. A handful of drivers here. Your micro Swift class on track. A handful of drivers. A very good class. out here this weekend. Some of the youngest drivers that we'll see this weekend, the youngest is going to be our Kid Kart class that we'll see. The Micro Swift with 8 karts in total with Aiden Fletcher in the 211, Nayeli Vargas in the 221, Tyler Blackwood in the 228 this weekend, Brody Stoffel in the 229, the Sodi Racing USA driver out in New Orleans this weekend for Texas Sprint Racing Series Racing. Dutch Westbrook in the 233 out here this weekend as well, and Julia Anastasio in the 243, Kimo Ahmad in the 244, the Iron Rock Motorsports Gillard out here this weekend, and Victor Gus Wonderlay in the 297. Some of the youngest drivers that we'll see, but usually some of the best racing that we see all weekend. Super close in this Micro Swift category all year round.
Yeah, especially bigger tracks like this here at NOLA. You got that long backstretch that goes into the double left-hander of turns 3 and 4. And like you were talking about, this class is always tight. This engine package is a little bit smaller than what we see on some of the junior and senior guys. And because of that, the tow comes into effect a lot quicker than what you would normally see with the higher levels of engine power. So always usually close, always tight. And typically you see is a break in the 2 packs. So keep an eye out when we get later on after qualifying and the heat races of how those 2 packs break up.
Yeah, of course. This one of the biggest back straightaways that we go to this year at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. 3/10. This back straight is the draft is worth out here this weekend. A very, very big back straightaway that we see here. They're on your screen. You see that back straightaway that leads all the way from turn 3, goes into from turn 2. A quick little chicane after turn number 1 as we get started here today. But it's going to be a great day of racing. I'm excited. A great weekend of racing so far, and we've seen a lot of moves happen in the off season here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. I mean, we talk about silly season in the National Series, but we had a crazy silly season here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. And as the day goes on, we'll walk you guys of how it panned out all year round. We're going to go to 5 tracks this year here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. It's going to start here at NOLA Motorsports Park, and then next month we're going to go to Texas Sprint Racing Series to Houston's high-speed playground out in Houston, my home track. Very, very lovely track out there, very well ran as well. And then we're going to head over to Dallas Karting Complex in Dallas, the first race that we're going to see from them back at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. And we're going to go to Kart Moto Crescent, as many know, also in Dallas. And then we're going to end it all off at Amarillo Kart Complex. A great kart out in Amarillo and the Panhandle, and with a great team out here this weekend. The TV Kart Amarillo team, a very as we have a spin early on in here in the warm-up. That's Madison Knox, I believe, the trackside karting services GFC driver there, going for a little bit of a spin here. As you can see, tricky conditions here early on, Caleb.
Yeah, it is warmer out than what you've seen maybe up in your guys' state of Texas, but also just across the U.S. in general. It's actually perfect weather. I think we can get a better weekend. It's going to be about the mid-70s with decent humidity, which, as you know, being in New Orleans is a huge favorite to come into play. But, yeah, the biggest thing is, like you're talking about, that long backstretch, cold tires. It's easy to lock up here, especially with the 206s. You have a lot of experience racing in 206, and I'm well aware that there's a fine line between lockup and when you can actually get heavy on the brakes.
Yeah, of course, right? So it's super easy to have a spin early on in practice, like you saw there from Madison Knox. It's super important, especially on these Evinco tires, to really warm them up and try to scrub as much heat in as you can in the early stages of this racing. Many of these people probably on used tire sets here for this first warm-up session of the day. On your screen there, it's the 555 of Kyle Hale. We have 10 drivers this weekend in the 206 heavy class. Caleb Bradley in the 507, Ross Smith, reigning champion, slated to be in the 509. Not sure if he's racing this weekend. David Roddy, the TV Kart Slipstream Racing driver, in the 511 for David Roddy. Nick Miller in the 513. Unfortunately, I think Nick Miller had to come in here after issues early on in this warm-up session. Jason Abrams in the 517 out here this weekend. William Kane and Casey Kane, the 523 and the 524 this weekend. Madison Knox, we saw her go for a wild spin early on here in this warm-up session. She's in the 535 for Trackside Karting Services GFC, and then Kyle Hale in the 555 in that Kart Republic. And then we have Lanny Toops in the 585, rounding up your 10 karts here in this 206 heavy field.
And you were talking about classes when it comes to drafting when the micros are on track. 206ing here, or 206 drafting here is going to be something to look out for, especially when you're talking about coming out of the chicane at the top right of your screen, all the way down this long backstretch. When you get them bunched up for the starts for the heat races, the pre-finals and the finals, that is going to be a godsend going into that double left-hander if you're trying to get around someone in the back from the draft.
Yeah, of course. We're used to seeing that back straightaway in some of the bigger national races. We saw Scusa come out here a couple years ago, and we saw that back straightaway have a lot of play here this weekend. Being a 206 class like we have on track now, it's going to be drafting is super important in this 206 class. It's going to be almost impossible to get away unless a big wreck happens somewhere in the field. But this 206 class is going to be drafting from start to finish, and there's a lot of big names who are coming out to play here this weekend. But we're going to talk about 206 Senior whenever they hit the track and tell you some of the storylines that we have here this weekend, Caleb.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something else to keep an eye out for, too. Qualifying here with the 206, you're talking about draft. Like you said, probably not going to see any 2 or 3 drivers break away like you see at some other tracks we go to. Here, especially, if qualifying comes around and you don't have a partner to push or tow with, you're probably going to be out of luck and have to be starting in that backfield.
And that's a really, really good point, because, I mean, it's true. If you're out there all on your own, it's going to be really hard to put in a good lap and put yourself in good track position. 35 drivers out here in the 206 Senior class, one of our headline classes here this weekend. 35 drivers. So it's going to be a lot of drivers out there, and a lot of good drivers as well. The top 10 is going to be jam-packed, and if you don't set in a good lap time in any 206 class, it's going to be hard to work your way up the field, because we know everybody's going to be pushing here.
And what's unique about this track is it's a mix. Some tracks you go to, it's got long straightaways with some sweeping corners, maybe 1 or 2 tight ones. Here at NOLA, you got that long back straightaway he's talking about, and then once you get out of that, you get into kind of the twisty, windy parts of the field. So that toe's going to come into effect on the back straightaway. We can't really lose it in the tight parts of the track. That might be where you can get a little bit of a gap, but then you have that long back stretch pulling it back up. So there's a huge mix of different driving styles you need here. You know how to tow, you know how to run closely in a tight pack when it gets twisty, windy, because I'm sure you've experienced it too. Yeah. Someone might not know how to get right up behind someone into heavy braking points, maybe bump in the back of you, and that could cause a break. And if it does happen, that's why the twisty, windy parts get a little bit 4 or 5 car break. That's when you might see someone run away, but I have a feeling there's got to be a separation between the packs.
No, for sure, like you said, right? And that's the biggest thing. Being able to push when you're going through those tight corners and when there's 10 people in a line, being able to push and being able to stay on the rear bumper of the driver ahead of you, and then the driver behind being able to do the same, continue to push forward and not lose time by bumping someone too much or roughing someone up into a corner. So that's the biggest thing in this 206 class, right? Not roughing each other up way too much where you lose time and the driver's behind, but also working together enough where you can go either catch the guy in front of you or continue to push forward and separate yourself from the rest of the field.
Well, that's something you see too, because I can name countless times off the top of my head where you see maybe a pack of 3 or 4 who are just inside the top 10. They're kind of farther back from the main pack. They just stay with it, nose to tail, push each other, and then by about 4 or 5 laps to go, they're right there with the main pack. Once that front pack decides not to work together anymore, then all hell breaks loose, and you have about 10 karts battling for the lead. Could see that here this weekend, but I have a feeling, like you said, it's going to be tight, nose to tail. Probably not going to be a whole lot of separation. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the distance for the heat races is 7 minutes plus 2 laps. So here, I'm not quite certain what the lap times are. It looks about 52 seconds for the 206s. So it's going to be, I don't want to say short heat races, but as far as lap counts go, it's not going to be that long.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised to see these 206 seniors get into the 50s, high 50s here this weekend as Madison Knox goes purple in this warm-up session. With a 52 here, if I'm not mistaken, as it says on our ticker on the left. So Madison Knox, fastest driver out here in warm-up. Michaela Rowley still looking for a little bit of time. We saw her snag a couple podiums last year here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Nick Miller, also another driver that I had the pleasure of sharing the track with. And speaking of Nick, great story that I have. The family aspect of the Texas Sprint Racing Series, such a big one. A great Texas community. Nick actually forgot his suit here early on this weekend and was able to find one by just asking on Facebook this weekend, Caleb. Was able to ask for a suit here on Facebook this weekend, found a suit, and he's able to race this weekend. We've had people ask for Apple Watches, and it's such a friendly community out here in Texas that I love coming out every single weekend, and I love seeing week in, week out. So it's really, really great to be back here this weekend. That's
awesome to see the family atmosphere of it. You can also tell in the paddock when you're leaving at the end of the day, everyone's usually just hanging around afterwards, talking about how the day went, having a good time. It's not like you just go to some other series, and as soon as it's over, everyone just goes their own ways.
Yeah, of course. As we are going to continue to go on with our warm-up sessions. We're going to take a little quick break here, and we'll get right back into all the action.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at Simcraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in Simcraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to Houston area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals. Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Welcome back here to the Texas Sprint Racing Series. On track now is your Honda Kit Karts presented by Gallery Furniture in Houston, Texas. My name is Caleb Yeska, as always, and alongside me here in the booth is another Caleb Smock, the one and only. Good to have you back, Caleb.
Oh, it's good to be back here, and I think I'm going to confuse myself with our names up here, Caleb and Caleb. But as you said, Kit Kart Honda out on track, sponsored by Gallery Furniture. And what's interesting to me is I guess you could say the progression of how Kit Karts have come. I remember back in my day when I first started, we had the Comer Kit Karts that put out, I think it was about 80 or 50 cc, and then they've kind of progressed over time. There's that split now between you can go 206 or the Honda route. I love how TRS said foot down, we're just only doing Honda, which makes it so easy to not only officiate, but also with rules packages and everything, because I know back in the local series, it's kind of a toss-up right now which way we want to go.
Yeah, of course. So for local, it's like you said, a toss-up. But here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, everybody's on the Honda Kit Kart. And we have 9 drivers here. A very, very good showing here for the youngest drivers that we'll see all weekend. Let's run you through your fields here. The number 2 of Ray Qualy is set to start here this weekend with. I think he's going to run as a privateer here this weekend. Deacon Wargo. We're going to see his brother run as well in the number 5, Deacon Wargo. Bodie Bayer in the number 10, Trevor Knight, the Serbian driver in the number 11, Brody Brown in the 17, Beckley Anderson in the 33, Liam Lofton in the 41, Caden Tudor in the 53, and Holden Henson in the 99. Great to see a big number of drivers. A great showing for the youngest drivers that we see all weekend, and these guys usually deliver when it comes to racing. I think the best Kit Kart race that I have seen ever was here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. So it's always great to be back here now with some of the youngest drivers that we see all weekend.
And like you said, too, youngest drivers, this is going to be what karting evolves into, because we all start at some point. Typically, these kiddos that get into Kit Karts, they run with each other, not only this class, but also Micro Mini, and just progress their way up through the field. And especially when we're talking about guys who are on the local or regional series now, who are running with these guys, they get a little bit of almost like a glimpse of what the National Series looks like. They get used to the driving craft and why it's so interesting and sometimes it's a lot of fun. They're learning, and you got to remember that when you're watching them through. They're still developing the racecraft, still learning how to run in a draft. I mean, some of these kids, 5, 6 years old, and they're out in a go-kart. And I mean, you look at how I was at 5 or 6 years old. I don't think I'd trust myself to go-kart at all.
I don't even know what I was doing at 5 or 6 years old, as the number 11 of Trevor Knight went for a little spin there in the infield. Able to get back going again now. So great to see that. But like you said, right, I don't even know what I was doing at 5 or 6, and these kids are over here racing at high speeds, speeds that I didn't even think I could go at 5 or 6. So great to see that. And like you said, a lot of these drivers are going to start here and then go up through the ranks. I can already name you a handful of drivers that started here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series from Houston that I'm a little familiar with, the likes of Kimo Ahmad and Brody Stoffel. They've raced together, and one of the Wonderlays as well. They raced together when they were younger here in the Kit Kart series. At the Texas Racing Series and local, and now both those kids are racing nationally all over the U.S., racing Rotax, racing at SCUSA, the big series. So it's great to see kids like that out, you know, and progress through the ranks as they grow up.
Yeah, the biggest thing you can get, people always ask, how do you get better in racing? It's seat time, seat time, seat time. the more time you have in the seat, the more you can just get used to things. I mean, even now when you drive 206, you're pulling G's in the corner. Sometimes if you maybe take the winter off, get back into it, you got that lag period, you're trying to get back into the groove of it. If you didn't have all that background behind you, to just hop in the seat and go, like these kiddos are doing now, just getting seat time experience behind them and even now, like you can see them trying to learn how to run in a pack as well, and especially with this long backstretch going into, like we keep talking about, and the lower the horsepower goes, the more the draft comes into effect. So they're going to have a huge learning opportunity now to learn how to run in a pack.
Yeah, no, for sure. And like speaking of learning opportunities for them, right? It's the second day, the start of the second day. So they had Friday to practice all day long, and that was really their learning day to really set their benchmarks down. And then today is just getting that last little bit of testing going down, right? You maybe want to test the setup here in warm-up. Your dad wants to change something on the engine, right? So they either test gear or something to really see how they can get the edge on the rest of their competitors. And today's the really only time that people are actually going to see how other people are doing around them. Because yesterday, not running transponders for the Friday practice, and then today, the first warm-up session, that's when you're going to get a benchmark of where you are in the field and how quick you are and how good your package is going into later today and tomorrow when it comes to the racing. But that's really going to come into play when we see our KE100 seniors and our 206 seniors, because those are the guys that really are out here for glory this weekend.
Yeah, they're the biggest pack. We talked about 206 having nearly 35 entries in it. KE senior, I think, is up in the same numbers as well. And we are about to watch 206 Heavy is what they show on the transponder. They already went out earlier today. So we're about to send the next group out. Kid Kart's just not coming into the grid. You can see the dads out there as well, looking at the karts, making sure that maybe talking to their kiddos, talking about their experience on track, maybe if they need to change anything, which we're getting close to qualifying. So if you have to change anything now, maybe get a little nervous about what's going on. But typically by the time this rolls around, especially with practice all day, should be ready, set to go for tomorrow. But the biggest thing you got to keep in mind with kid karts, they have those massive back gears. Some of those gears you see on the smaller tracks are the same size as the back wheel. Here, maybe a little bit shorter since you have that longer back straightaway. But gearing is typically the strong point when it goes to set up these kid karts.
Yeah, and so that was a great session. Like you said, for these young guys, it's more about having fun out here this weekend, getting to learn, getting to be in a regional scene, almost a national. We have 196 entries here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. A great growth of the series that we've seen put on by Brittany Lobo and the entire SCUSA team as well. So great to see this TSRS series continue to grow with 196 entries and continuing to grow. On grid now is your 206 senior class, one of our two headline classes out here this weekend. I think I'm actually mistaken here. Honda Kid Karts went out last. So I think, I'm not sure.
Oh, we got one off, I believe it's maybe Minis.
Mini
oh, hard into the wall for the 104. Not quite sure who that was, but out of the cart. Glad he's out under his own power, because he took a little bit of a hit there up against that back one along the straightaway. But like you said, I believe this is the mini class.
Mini class, yeah. I was looking at the wrong schedule, so my apologies. Thanks for that, Tom. My apologies here. So that was 206 senior slated to come out next. It's your mini Swift class on track now with Aston Wyatt leading the pack, and a handful of other big name drivers here to play this weekend as we're going to run you down your field here in this mini Swift class. A lot of big name drivers. Sawyer Chambers in the 101 is going to be out here this weekend in a Intrepid kart. Max Reed in the 104. Sofia Sanagova in the 115. Rodolfo Lavin, the Burrell Art driver, in the 117. Nathan Hughes in the 119 here this weekend. Aston Wyatt, the reigning champion, in the 121. Tucker Tribb in the 122. Simon Klein in the 132. Adrian Vargas running in the 133, Oscar Gus Wonderlay in the 139, Cade Casper in the 155, Nicholas Orbezo in the 158, and Alex Chandler is going to be rounding up your field here in this mini Swift class in the 196. We have 13 karts here, a very good field for this younger class. We have guys from Missouri, Tucker Tribb in the 122, out from Kearney, Missouri, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think I said that right, but I gave it my best shot. So we have people from all over, and it's really great to see here.
Yeah, and one thing I love too is the amount of kids you can look on here who also go run other national, other regional series. We have a little bit of a problem back there, a little bit further back, a couple off the track there, off pace. It looks like they're still continuing on, so hopefully they can continue on here with practice. But as I was saying before, you look at drivers like Ashton Wyatt, Nicholas Orbezo. I believe there's one other as well, and it is Sawyer Chambers. They run they're in Stars, they run SCUSA, they run other national series as well.
As well as Alex Chandler. Yeah, Alex Chandler as well.
We saw him at
Rotax a couple weeks ago. So he's some familiar names here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you get that mix between guys who are maybe only on the local series. They're trying to branch out and go national. They do the year in regional. And it's a good mix between the two. And a lot of times you'll see some of the guys who maybe this is their home track. They'll come out and actually compete with the guys you normally see running towards the front of the pack in a national series is USPKS or SCUSA.
Yeah, correct. And like you said, being a hometown favorite for some of these guys is the best thing, right? I don't think we have any Louisiana natives in this mini Swift class. So yeah, I don't think we have any Louisiana natives in this class. So, but some of these guys have definitely been out here for some of the younger drivers that have raced in the Texas Sprint Racing Series before. We came out here in 2022, if I'm not mistaken, at the season opener. Now we're back here in 2024, 2 years later for the season opener this year. As you're on your screen, that's Alex Chandler in the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart. Good to see him out there behind Cade Casper in the Trackside Karting Services GFC. A handful of teams and a handful of chassis in display here this weekend, Caleb. And it's really great to see when you have a vast variety of different karts out here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a big fan of, I guess you can call it the quote-unquote chassis wars, different manufacturers going after it, coming out with new upgrades. I'm not a huge fan of when there's one or two. I remember back in my day running Newcastle Motorsports Park, everyone was either on a Margay or a Tony kart, and that's all that was out there. This is like pre-OTK when they had 4, 5, 6 different branches. Now you have different subcategories of different teams. It's great to get diversity out there of different manufacturers, and it suits different driving styles as well. If you maybe someone who likes a little more front grip, you can go with Kart X. If you like this, you can go with Kart Y. Just a good choice you can have. Is there's another one way out in the field.
That's Wonderlay, I believe, in the 139 out in the grass. So that's going to be all she wrote for Oscar Gus Wonderlay there. So unfortunate for him, and that's going to put an end to his warm-up session, and that's going to be unfortunate. A lot of cleaning to do before qualifying and to make sure everything's still intact, because qualifying is where it matters, right? Wherever you qualify here in the Texas Sprint Racing Series is where you start every single heat race this weekend, 3 heat races, and it's going to be a points total of where you start in the main event. So track position in qualifying is really important here, so you don't have to continue to work your way up the field in every single heat session. So it's going to be important for Oscar to really try to find that pace again. Here when it comes to time to qualify.
And it looks like Oscar's back at the kart, so he may try to make his way back out, and I believe he is. The track marshal now going out to help him back underway. But no, as you're saying, how you qualify now determines all the heats going forward. Something we got to keep in mind, it's still early in the morning. I mean, looking at my watch now, it is only 8:30, and they were on track at about 8. So the track is still quote-unquote green. It was raining yesterday. The rubber's put down, but it's a little bit cold, maybe a little bit damp. I mean, decent amount of humidity down here in New Orleans as it is. And you got to wait for that to burn off. Tires, like you said, maybe old from practice yesterday. So just trying to get through here to get to qualifying.
Yeah, and that's a really, really good point, like you said, right? It was a cold night last night here in New Orleans, and really now it's just to make sure your stuff doesn't fall off. It stays together, so when it goes to qualifying, make sure you're good, and you have a benchmark of where you stand in the field, and we're just going to wait for this track to grip up when it comes time for qualifying, because it's going to be a good one here.
Oh, absolutely, especially when we're getting into the 206 Senior and KA Senior, when they're out on track. I mean, that's when you kind of have to walk through on the grid and make sure whoever your partner is that you already teamed up with and said, hey, we're going to be working together for qualifying. You got to make sure that's set to go. And I believe, like you said, 206 going out next. They're already getting up on grid, and that's going to be interesting as well. Yeah, Mini Swift coming off right now by the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy. So they're coming in, and then is it KA Senior that's out next? Or no, 206 Senior.
I think 206 Senior out next. So 206 Senior, it's a really, really big field here this weekend. 206 Senior presented by Slipstream Racing, I believe. It could be CRG Nordham, not sure. But we have a handful of sponsors here, and we're going to go through all of them as we continue to flow through our classes. So that are on your screen, that's your Mini Swift class that just came off track. And coming up next is going to be your 206 Senior class with a couple of big stories coming in this 206 Senior class here this weekend. We have a lot of big names racing here this weekend, with a lot of different manufacturers also coming out. Your reigning champion here in the 206 is going to be Drew Chappell in that number 1. He was your champion last year, 2-time winner. He won at Speed Sports Racing Park in round number 1, and then he was able to get the win in Amarillo Kart Complex as well in at the third round of this of the Texas Sprint Racing Series last year. Runner-up in the Texas Sprint Racing Series was Bryce Frank in the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy MGM. Was able to get the final win of the season at Speed Sports Racing Park, which was an absolute barn burner there at the end, a last lap battle between Bryce Frank and Jacob Oliver. Reagan Seville, your junior champion, moving up into junior here in the 619, the Trackside Karting Services GFC this weekend. Josie Chambers as well, moving up to junior early. The youngest driver in the field, 14 years old for Josie Chambers in the 645. Braden Robertson in the Trackside Karting Services. We're going to see him do double duty this weekend. We're going to see him twice here in 206 Senior and in K8 100 Senior later today. He's in the 677. Another big one, Jerry Fandry, was a privateer last year, ran at CKNA Grands. Abe came just shy of a win. And now he was able to find a ride with the TB Kart Amarillo guys. He's going to be in the 681. And it seemed like yesterday he was the man to beat after practice. So Jerry Fandry out here for those Midwest. I know he has a lot of fans out in the Midwest as the 206 actually on track now. So Jerry Fandry, want to watch here this weekend. Eli Warren as well, 206 privateer. We see him at the Cup Karts North America Grand Nationals that we're going to go to next weekend. Eli's going to be there, I'm pretty sure. He's in the 697 as we have already some people off the racetrack.
Hop over there on the left-hand side of your screen. A couple got up in the air already, just coming out of the pit. So they're already starting to push it. Oh, we got another one spinning off here.
Wow.
Looking at the screen now, that is a 625. It looks to be a comp car. We'll try to get a name for you guys here soon.
Yes, the 625 off early, and already, like you said earlier, Caleb, it's very difficult to get started here with a very greasy track in the early hours of the morning here.
More problems there for the Burrell Art at 604 as well.
I think that's Carter Kilgo with issues in the Burrell Art Allen Rudolph Racing Academy. Burrell, so issues early on here for Carter if he's not waiting to catch a tow here early on. As we have a handful of drivers here. Sawyer Roussel, hometown kid, hometown hero. Double duty for him this weekend as well for Sawyer. As we see him there in going into turn number 1 with Jerry Fandry right ahead of him. Samuel Jung able to get his breakout win last year in Odessa, Texas at round 3 of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Round 4, sorry. So Samuel Jung able to get the win, and that's one of the Wolf brothers there alongside Samuel Jung. Jerry Fandry there on your screen with Sawyer Roussel behind, and ahead of him is Kelvin Zing and Bryce Frank, the two Allen Rudolph Racing Academy MGMs here, working together as we'll see all weekend long. So for Kelvin as well, he was able to get a win out in NTK, a good win for him. This weekend is looking for another championship berth. He was in the championship last year after he had to unfortunately go overseas to Saudi Arabia to work out there. So that put an end to his championship hopes last year. But Kelvin hopefully looking to get it done here this year and get that monkey off his back, as Drew Chappell was able to get the better of him last year. As well as Zach Rivera, the VLR driver in the 680 out there on the field as well. Him and his dad just opened up a shop out in Dallas. I think that's going to be an early stoppage for one of the VLR drivers. Not sure who that is, but early stoppage for some drivers here early on. On your screen there is Jerry Fandry side by side with Kelvin Zing. So Roussel ahead of them, and these guys really just looking for a position here early on and trying to get the best that they can. So yeah, this is 206 Senior presented by Slipstream Racing. Caden Wolf currently the fastest man on track in the 621 Comcart. Addy Bamrou currently second, Sawyer Roussel in third, Jerry Fandry up in fourth, Jensen Harrow in fifth, and Bryce Frank rounding up your top 6 here.
Yeah, it's something you can already see on track. They are going back and forth and pushing with each other. And a lot of times I always question how many of these guys talked with each other on grid before the warm-up to get a feel of how things are going to go for qualifying. Yes, a lot of these drivers do race with themselves, maybe on the local circuit or here at TSRS or other regional or national events. When it comes to the day of, you got to figure out who do you want to work with. You got to know who's a good pusher, and you got to know who's good at giving just a toe off to the guy in front. And you're already seeing it now. Maybe just it's a position gain that they think they can make up 1 or 2 spots, but it's practice. You can't really be pushing it to the limit.
Wow.
Like you're seeing now, there's Jerry getting pushed out wide.
Yeah.
And so, again, like you're talking about, you get that long stretch all the way down, maybe push a little bit too hard in the mid-pack and get the boot and get out of the draft.
Yeah, of course. So you saw they're already aggressive here early on in the warm-up session there. Sawyer Roussel, a little side pod there to Jerry Fandry early on. But, there's nothing to play for here yet in warm-up. It's just looking for track position and where we stand in the field. Reagan Seville went purple last time by a 50.647. So my prediction was right. I predict a little bit of the 50s here today, and Reagan Seville able to get in that. The Trackside Karting Services GFC driver, Jerry Fandry, currently in second. Reagan Seville goes even quicker that time by a 50.262. Jacob Oliver, his teammate, also in the GFC, able to slot into that second spot as the rest of the field continues to shuffle through. So there you have Bryce Frank on your screen there, laying a handful of drivers through to try and continue to push and get more benchmarks here today. So good to see by those guys. And like we said, this is a really stacked 206 class. So when it comes to qualifying, it's going to be draft and finding that good track position here today.
Yeah, and as you've already been seeing now too, everyone's shuffling position. You almost have to question, is it trying to figure out how the kart's running to tow? Some of these guys are in older tires, so this is probably the closest thing you can get as a mock qualifying run. I believe qualifying is 7 minutes in length in total, so they're trying to just dial it the last little bit, maybe make a setup change or two to your car. I don't think it's going to be something that we're going to see a whole lot of, but if there's maybe a tire pressure adjustment, maybe you want to change your gearing just a hair as well, you might go up just a little bit for quals. That's all getting established right now, as well as I should say, learning how to run in a pack and who you can run with. Because sometimes I see two guys out on track and they just don't mesh well together. Maybe a difference in driving style, maybe a difference in personalities. They're just not a fan of each other. But sometimes you have to put your differences aside to figure something out if it comes down to crunch time.
Yeah, correct. And we have a handful of these drivers doing double duty. One of the big ones is Cameron Reed, going from the slowest class here this weekend in 206 Senior, and then going into the fastest, into our gearbox class, into shifter. So it's going to be a drastic change for her, going from 206, lower RPMs, but still one of the best classes that we see here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series in 206. And then she's going to go up and switch some gears later, change gears, I guess I should say, for Cameron Reed, running double duty this weekend. The Reed Motorsports camp of Cameron Reed as Reagan Seville holds on to that top spot. Bryce Frank now sliding in a second as the checkered flag comes out this time by. So Roussel in third at the moment, Caden Wolf, and we have Eli Warren into the pits here early. Eli, I think he's down further in the
I don't think he got a lap
and
time.
I don't think he has a transponder on at the moment. Neither does Robertson or Braden Domingue here early on. Domain, sorry. Yeah, a handful of drivers don't have transponders on yet, but we see a difference, especially in this 206 class, a difference of chassis here. We see factory karts, we see MGMs, American-made chassis, we see CRGs, TB kart out here this weekend, GFCs, Com karts, a handful of different chassis this weekend. Mikey Bolin as well, a big change for him this weekend, running in the Croc Promotion kart, a little bit of a resurface for them. Haven't seen them in a couple of years, but the Croc Promotion definitely back here this weekend with 3 drivers out here this weekend. So we're going to see another chassis and another factor here coming to play this weekend.
Yeah, and like you're talking about, huge variety of different chassis. I know I saw some VLRs, and it looks like there's a Gilliton out there as well. And so, like you're talking about, variety, all different types of makes manufacturers. I think we've been in and we're still continuing on in the quote-unquote the golden years of 206 racing and 4-cycle in general. Now that more manufacturers are starting to put more time and effort into developing bigger chassis, like you're talking about with MGM, I know they put a lot of effort into it, but now you're seeing the major manufacturers like CRG, who are known for just being a 2-cycle chassis only, shifters, KAs, and tag, now making their way and trying to put more effort into the 206 package.
Correct, and we're going to see more of those CRGs next weekend at the Cup Karts North America Spring Nationals as a handful of drivers and a little bit of resurfacing here for CRG. The first time they have a full tent out here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. You and Jeffrey running that program here this year, and great to see a lot of orange out in the field today. Really great to see a handful of different drivers. I see some Kart Republics there in the field as well. 3 stacked together there. So good to see. Like we've said, a very big. A vast majority of different chassis this weekend, and see people work together, see teams surface up. It's great to see here this weekend, Caleb.
No, absolutely, and like you're talking about, Intrepid, another one, CRG, which was back in the mid-2000 teens, was notorious for shifters. That's all they've put their focus on, with shifters and tag. They've come resurfaced, I guess you can say, a couple of years ago. I believe it was 2021 as we saw them back on the national scene. Now it's starting to branch and trickle down into the regional and the club series as well, and now they're putting more focus into the quote-unquote grassroots, you should say,
correct,
of the 206 package as well. I mean, Burrell Art, another notorious one here, especially being from Houston, with the Alan Rudolph Academy being such a big presence in Houston. So it's great to see different manufacturers getting behind this package.
Yeah, correct. So that was all for your 206 senior class. Coming up next is going to be your K8 100 Masters class. We are live here from New Orleans Motorsports Park, and we'll be right back as we take a quick word from our partners.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop into Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
On track now is your KA100 Masters class presented by High Five Performance. Some of the oldest drivers that we'll see here this weekend, along with some of our 206 heavy drivers out here this weekend. We're going to run you through your field here in KA100 Masters. Reigning champion Miguel Mir with the number 1 plate under the Cruise Racing Development tent out here this weekend. Good camp to be under with Adrian Cruz as well under that tent here this weekend. Adam Caligro in the 404, Scott Cherry, Mr. Rimrock himself in the 406, Kyle Walter in the 410, Gary Glanger in the 411th, Sean Owens, Mr. DKC himself in the 420, Evan Kozak in the 423, Shane Burkett in the 424, Janae Din in the 427, Will Combs in the 431, Doug Foxworth in the Comcart Karting Depot in the 433, Anthony Harwin in the 440, Justin Reed in the 444, Shane Redline in the 445, Tam Wynn in the 446, Neil Faulkner in the 454, but I think he's into the pits early here, so issues for him early on. Keithan Hutchkins, Keithan Hutchkins here, in the 458, Thane Morgan in the 467, Dex Nakin in the 469, Jer Gasper in the 470, Randall Rogers in the 473, and Pierce Baldus in the 476, and David Perdana is going to round up your field here in the 488. We have a handful of drivers, I think 23 drivers in this K100 Masters class. So good to see good numbers for them as they're passing on your screen was Miguel Mir with a handful of other drivers. That's Scott Cherry as well in that mix. This K100 class, K100 Masters class is always a good one to watch. Last year we had a close championship battle between Morgan LeBaron and the Mustache Man, not able to make it out here this weekend. Hopefully we see him soon in the other events here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. And Miguel Mir, your reigning champion, went all the way down to the last race, equal on points after the third heat, and in the final, Miguel Mir was able to get it done.
Yeah, and the thing about the Masters class, a lot of times people think, oh, it's just the older gentlemen and ladies who are out on track are running. I guarantee you, the top 10 in this Master field, if you put them with the KAs, they could run inside the top 10, maybe even into the top 3. Some of these guys, yeah, they're a little bit older, and if you talk to them on grid, it's like, why are you running Masters, why not running KA? They're like, I got responsibilities. I got to be at work on Monday, I got a family, I got to look out for X, Y, and Z. But it's nice for them to be on track with, I guess you can call it like age if you want to. I don't personally like those words, but these guys do have a lot of talent. A lot of times inside that top 10, 15 is when it gets really tight. A lot of respect as well. With that age, you know, you've been around karting for a while. You've seen a couple of things. You see that guy, you're like, well, I could take that, but I don't want to be bruised up when I go to work tomorrow. So it's just a good category for these guys to go into. They can come out here, have good fun, put on a fantastic show, and then come back with smiles on their face when the weekend's done. Like you said last year, very tight in the championship battle, so this is a very competitive field. And it's going to be tight here this weekend as well. Sean Owens goes purple in this session, a 46.892 for Mr. DKC himself. David Perdonde in that second spot, Pierce Baldus in third, Shane Burkett in fourth, and fifth is Kyle Walter and Miguel Mir down in sixth here. We've seen a handful of these drivers also at Supernats 26. We saw Miguel Mir there contending for a top 10. Sean Owens there as well as Scott Cherry was out there having a good time. So good to see a handful of these drivers here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series, and the winner of this class gets an entry, if I'm not mistaken, to the Super Nationals 27 at the end of the year. And that's one of the events that everybody wants to go to, right? So good prize for these guys to really give them something to fight for here. Yeah, absolutely. Supernats is definitely a bucket list event. Some of these drivers, like you said, already have been. And sometimes when you're on the edge about it, you're like, you know, I could go, but it's at the end of the year. I got to be in Vegas for 4 or 5 days, and then you get a ticket to go, it kind of just writes a check for you. It's like,
Yeah,
well, now I have
of
to
course.
go because I got a reason to go. It takes an expense out of it. But that's an awesome partnership here with SCUSA and TSRS to be a part of it. Like I said, you get awesome opportunities for that. Obviously, Supernats is the crown jewel. It's one of the biggest events of karting that everyone wants to go to.
Yeah, and the second, I'll give credit where credit is due to our two bosses, Xander Clements and Trevor Blue. The second most streamed race in the world was a Superkarts USA Super Nationals 26. So good to see that for them this weekend. And we have big stories coming from Xander Clements this weekend. Not up here in the booth, but he is here this weekend. And we're going to see a little bit of change of scenery for him as he gets back in the seat after 1,279 days for our boss. And he gets back in the seat here this weekend to get set to go green here. On track now is going to be one of your, I think that's the 206 Cadet class, if I'm not mistaken here. 206 Cadet on track now. Or KA,
I believe that's KA Junior
KA
on
Junior.
track.
I can't, man, we're so far on this tower. Those engines are so far away. I can't even hear them from up here. But yeah, you are right. Your KA 100 Junior class on track now, presented by P1 Engines. A lot of big junior names here this weekend, with a handful of them also moving up into the senior ranks. We saw a handful of those guys, Becca Friesen, Justin Music, and a handful of others that we'll name when we get to that senior class that have made the move up into the senior categories. But we still have a very, very strong KA 100 junior class this weekend. Let's give you a quick rundown through your field here for your KA 100 juniors as they get ready, as they're going on track now and setting in their first couple lap times. Still continuing to grip up this track. We have David Ibarra in the 806, a CRG Nordam driver. He was able to get the win at Challenge of the Americas. Oh, as we have two drivers in the wall. That's the 889 and one of the comp carts. Not sure who that is. I think that's the 808. 808. That's Luca Gomez there, and not too sure who the other driver is. I can't make out the number here. I think that's the 889. So that's the 808. That's Luca Gomez, and the 889, if I'm not mistaken here, of Caden Huang. So unfortunate for these guys early on. That's one of the factory carts, I believe. Another team that I guess we should talk about here a little bit. One of the factory carts here this weekend, and with Jake French and his new team, Jake French Racing. So good to see that here this weekend.
Yeah, Jake French, synonymous name not only in Texas but also in national and regional karting. Ran, and he made a very good career for himself in the gearbox category, and decided that he was going to step out of the seat and maybe try a different role. Now he decided to be a part of a kart team based in here in Texas, and so he's kind of pushing his knowledge on the younger kiddos who are out on track. And if you want to talk about someone to run a team, I don't think you can get anyone better than Jake French. Yeah, been around karting forever, been in cars a little bit. I mean, you want to talk about someone with just knowledge. Just anything karting has knowledge in it. Not only in shifters, there's another one off. It looks like the 848. For 844, I should say. That's
Wonderlay. I think it's Amelia Gus Wonderlay who off the racetrack, the NOLA Motorsports driver in the 844. So let's give you a quick rundown here your field. I was interrupted there by two carts going off track. That's 806 of David Ibarra in the CRG Nordam. Jackson Young in the 807. He's in the GFC. Luca Gomez, we saw him go off here early on in the 808. Carson Berry in the 810. Joey Dome in the 812. Easton Cox in the 815. Mason Berry in the 820. Luke Cruz in the 824, Gage Bailey in the 827, Jeremiah Thomas in the 830, Amelia Gus Wonderlay. We saw her go off there early on in the 844. Connor Corsi in the 848, Davis Henry in the 849, Cash Perkins in the 863, Graham Tremmel in the 866, Tyrone Kemper Jr. in the 873, Santiago Duran in the 874. We saw him able to get a big win at the IKF Grand Nationals for him at the end of last year. So good to see Santiago back out here in the 874. Nathan Goldseth in the 877. Hamza Anbar in the 887. Derek Wargo in the 888. Katie Huang in the 889. And Tyler Roberts running up the field here in the 899 for him.
Yeah, so good stacked crew here for TSRS with KA Juniors. There's a good establishment we're talking about with everyone trying to figure out how they can run in a pack. And a lot of these kiddos, I'm surprised at how hard they're pushing it just for warm-up as well. We've already seen 3 or 4 just in this class alone off going into turn number 3 before he gets that double left-hander. And like we were talking about earlier today, humidity down on the track from it being cold last night. Grip still getting put down. Not so much it's grip that's been the baseline, but it's also just the progression of the track getting up to temperature. The sun's still coming up. It's not entirely up to temperatures we're going to see it here today. It's currently 59 degrees. I think it's supposed to go up somewhere in the 70s. So it's still going to improve as it goes over. And something we can talk about as well with this track being around for a while. NOLA Motorsports Park has been around for a while, and it's not got the problem where it's that new rubber that's been put down, or that new pavement, I should say, where it's still kind of trying to find its own. It's been established, it's been ran in. Some of these guys say that there's a couple bumps here and there. I think personally that kind of adds to the feel of the track, but you're not really waiting for the whole track to come in. It's here. All you have to do is wait for it to get up temperature, and they'll be good to go.
Yeah, of course, and like you said, right, the bumps in the track give it character. It gives the track different characteristics, different things, throws different things to these drivers. We saw the Rotax Grand Finals come out here a couple years ago, so a lot of big events. This is a track that's been out for quite a while, and a track that I had been wanting to come to for quite some time. So great to see the Texas Sprint Racing Series come back out here. And like I said, right, a big event that came out here, the Rotax Grand Finals, a world-class event. And we had one guy here in the paddock, Alan Rudolph. He was able to run in that event many years ago in the Masters class. I shouldn't say many years ago, because I'm gonna make him feel old if he's hearing me. But yeah, we've seen a lot of drivers, but for one of the hometown kids, Tyrone Kemper Jr., able to go purple with a 45.345. Mason Berry in second, Jackson Young across the line in third, Tyler Robertson fourth. As they continue to shuffle here, I think Tyrone just went a little bit quicker there for Junior as the checkered flag comes out. So it's going to be Tyrone Kemper Jr., your man to beat here, and your fastest man on track so far in that 873 Energy Kart. So he's going to be in that first spot. Mason Berry able to get a good lap time in last time by, a 45.518 for Mason Berry. Able to slot up in a second. Gage Bailey up in a third. Derek Wargo in the fourth. David Ibarra able to go into fourth now. Derek Wargo down fifth. Jackson Young in sixth. Tyler Roberts in seventh. And Joey Dome in eighth, Connor Corsi in ninth, and Graham Tremmel rounding up your top 10 here, Dave.
And you want to talk about showing your age. I mean, I've been away from the national karting scene in the regional for a couple of years, but you look at guys, David Ibarra, Jackson Young, Tyler Roberts, Derek Wargo, kiddos I remember seeing back in the micro mini days. Now they're running up here in the junior, also towards the front of the field. And like we're talking about with the kid karts as well, these kiddos are going to make their way up through the field, up to the ranks as they continue to just get experience with the belt.
Yeah, of course. That was your K8 100 junior class on track next. It's going to be your shifter class, your gearbox class for this weekend with 10 drivers here this weekend. So a handful of drivers and a handful of good drivers as we take a quick break here to have a word from our sponsors.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
Welcome back here to the Texas Sprint Racing Series. The winter warm-up here from New Orleans Motorsports Park. As always, my name is Caleb Bieska, and alongside me here in the booth is Caleb Smock. Caleb, your gearbox class is out. You were telling me yesterday how excited you were for this class. as we have a handful of good shifter drivers here this weekend.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of shifters. Started up in Indiana when they had their glory days with the 80s and the 125s that then branched up to all of us going. Nashville for a little bit, not good enough to make it, and that's why we always end up back in the booth here as well. But no, big fan of the shifters. Glad to see that it's starting to grow. It was in the lean years for a little bit, and then it started to just branch back up. I believe it was Supernats last year. I believe they took 8 to the LCQ, and still the LCQ had, what, 25, 30 in it as well. So it's good to see that the shifter class is starting to grow, and it's starting to branch down into the regional and national series. Big fan of it, big gearbox fan. I think everyone needs to run a shifter at least once.
Yeah, of course. And like you said, right, weren't able to, I guess, make it in the big national. So you got back in the booth. Me as well, right? I tried my luck at CKNA Grands. Didn't go well. So I was like, you know what? I think I'm going to retire, hang up the helmet, and just get back in the booth where I'm better at calling the races here. But no, all fun and games. But it's on track now, your shifter class here. 9 go-karts here. Noah's Arson, the number 3. He's the Arcane Motorsports entry. That's Justin Dietrich right now on your screen in the 21. Mr. Race to 50, knocking off another state here in Louisiana. Not sure how many states he has knocked down yet, but it's a great story. Justin's able to come out here, able to make the long haul out here to Louisiana. For him from New York, if I'm not mistaken. So good to see Justin out here having some fun and racing out here. Not in Texas. He told me he had already gotten Texas done, so maybe a one-off for him here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. But good to see him out here. He's in the 21 Maranello cart there. You have Justin Humphrey in the number 16, Vincent Crissard in the CRG Nordum number 18. We saw him at the Super Nationals contending for a podium. At Supernats 26. Justin Dietrich again in the 21, Dominic Trolio in the 22, Aaron Pedraja in the 42, Rod Clinard in the 54, Zachary Mabry in the 73, and Cameron Reed, double duty for her this weekend, the Reed Motorsports driver in the 99. A busy schedule this month for Cameron Reed. She's gonna run double duty here this weekend in the 206 senior class and in the shifter class, and then she's gonna go to the Cup Karts North America race next weekend out in Charlotte. We're also going to be live streaming that race, so for you guys that want to watch, Cameron Reed's going to be there as well with a handful of other drivers that are out here this weekend as we get set to go there next weekend. But Cameron Reed, double duty for her, and speaking to her dad here a little bit, she's actually been in the car quite a bit as well. So she was in the car last weekend. This weekend switched gears and came here practicing the shifter in the 206. Louisiana natives, the 2 of them. And then next week they're going to go to Charlotte, and then the week after that they're going to go get back in the car for more racing. So a busy month of February for Cameron Reed here.
Yeah, typically the Winter Series, especially when it comes down here, talking about cars, talking about karts. It gets busy in Florida, it gets busy in New Orleans, it gets busy in Texas, and like you said, it's kind of just as soon as the New Year's over. That's the thing. Sorry, I'm going to get ahead of myself. People think there's an off season for racing. There kind of isn't. It's like kind of a 2 or 3 week break after you get from that November, December of Supernats before you get going back into cars in January. Some of these people, drivers I should say, give them 2 weeks back in a car somewhere, and if they don't, they'll find a way to get back in a car.
Of course, and one of those guys that's out here racing the thing is Blake Nash, right? He's been in a car I think every single weekend of 2024 so far. We saw him at Road Tax, we saw him at SCUSA at the Winter Series. We've seen him in a handful of events so far, and he's out here again at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. And when we get to that K100 class, we're going to give you all the stories and all the fun and all the info that we've been able to get here early on. But like we said, right, NOLA Motorsports Park, it's a great track. We have a car track right behind us where they have cars running all day long with a vast majority of members. And then right next door we have the rental kart track where we have a good number of rentals that come out here this weekend. And it's great for those rental kart drivers that maybe don't know what pro karting is yet and haven't really been exposed to that, to see a series like the Texas Sprint Racing Series right across, I guess, right next to them at the pro track here. So that's really good to see here, Caleb.
Well, that's the thing too, is karting now is getting more exposure than it has before, but for a while it was kind of hard to get into. You didn't know how to get into it, you don't know what series to go to, you don't know where to get a chassis, where to get an engine. And when you have an opportunity like this where maybe some people come out, maybe have some kiddos who are thinking about getting into racing, they come out and try it, they see the karts out here, they can talk to the teams, they can get it set up with some really good programs to then get them into the kart. And we want to see the series, not just the series, but all of karting grow. It's a great way to get exposed.
And like you said, that's the goal for us, right? Karting growing is a goal for us here everywhere, and I'm pretty sure everybody here in the paddock as well, right? We want to see karting grow. We want to see these races get bigger, and it's really good to see that, like I said earlier on, with a vast majority of entries so far this weekend. 196 here this weekend, 195, sorry, this weekend. So it's great to see that with a handful of drivers and a handful of classes and a handful of people, right? And back to your point, whenever kids come and maybe want to run the rental track and they see kids the exact same age as them across the street running in these high-speed go-karts, they're like, hey, Mom, I want to do that. Hey, like, how can I get into that? And then they make the walk over here into the paddock. They see what's going on. They check in. They stay and watch the races. So it's really good to see and exciting for those younger kids.
No, absolutely. And it's like you're talking about, karting now is starting to go, I guess you can almost say, in the golden years of more exposure, higher kart counts. I remember back in 2009, 2008, if a national series could get somewhere close to 100, maybe 150 entries, that was impressive. Now we're starting to see it grow and pick up all the way through. And there's awesome engine packages that are behind that. The 206 and the KA, I think, are the driving heart behind anything grassroots when it comes to national and regional. Stock engine, fairly affordable to get into. It's nothing like a shifter where you got to siphon through about 4 or 5 different types of engines before you find the one that you like. You can just buy it off the shelf, go, and then you have options to go from there.
Correct. There on your screen is Cameron Reed here. She was your second fastest on track in the 99. Vincent Cressard in the 18, he was the fastest, and the number 3 of Noah's Ark in the I think that's Sodi, if I'm not mistaken. The Arcane Motorsports Park, let's put it that way, was in 3rd. Ryan Pedraja in 4th. Justin Murphy in 5th. Zachary Mabry in 6th, Dominic Trolio in 7th, Rod Clinard in 8th, and Justin Dietrich not able to set a lap here in this session. So he's going to be down in 9th, but I'm pretty sure he has something in the bag when it comes to the main event.
No, absolutely. And sorry, I was looking at the cars. I believe that's a Sodi of the number 3 of Noah Zarsk is running right now. And like you're talking about, all different types of brands. Shifter, a little bit harder to get into bigger brands because there's just so fine. It has to be set up just for shifter. Now on track, if I'm not mistaken, 206 Junior or Cadet out on track.
Yeah, so that was the shifter class here, presented by Houston Freightliner, if I'm not mistaken here. That was your shifter class presented by Houston Freightliner Western Star. On track now is your 206 Cadet class here. I'm sorry, presented by Rimrock Raceway. Up next is going to be 206 Junior, presented by Civil Electric. And then at the end of the day, we're going to have our KA100 Senior class presented by CRG Nordum. There's your 206 Cadet class coming to the stripe this time by is Aston Wyatt, the reigning champion here, if I'm not mistaken. I think in this 206 Cadet classes. We're going to run you down your field here in just a moment, Caleb.
Yeah, and on track, sorry, I was just observing everything. I'm still taking it all in. I'm breaking the rust off. But we're already seeing now with the cadet kiddos already a little bit of packing up to figure out who you can run with for qualifying. Maybe some teammates making their way on track now as they're working at the, I believe that's the 211 or 222, 221. My eyes are going that bad.
That's Aston Wyatt. That's Aston Wyatt there. And I'm not mistaken, that's a 251 of Tanner Barr. So these kids went at it all last year as we run you down your field now. Silas Root is in the 201 here in 206 Cadet. It's going to be Vargas, I believe. I'm really bad with names, so I really don't want to butcher it. But in the 207 is going to be Vargas. Benjamin Osborne in the 208. Caden Lehans in the 210. Rodolfo Garza in the 212. Keelan Short in the 213. Theodore Mitchell in the 220. Aston Wyatt, your reigning champion in the 221. There on your screen is going to be Jensen Willander in the 222. Milo Podoraki in the 223. Wyatt White in the 224. Tyler Blackwood in the 228. Simon Klein in the 232. Dutch Westbrook in the 233. Tanner Barsh in the 251. Marshall Steves in the 265. Benson Hale in the 267. It's going to be Tyler Morwick in the 275. Micah Masad in the 277, and Brennan Barsh in the 282. And I think it could have been Brennan Barsh who got the championship last year. I'm not sure, but I know one of the Barsh brothers. So there's 2 Barsh brothers out here this weekend, so we're going to get confused by that. It's Tanner and Brennan, 2 brothers under the Trackside Karting Services team. So those 2 brothers are going to be out here this weekend. The first time they're going to be on track at the same time for the 2 brothers. But I think it was Brennan, if I'm not mistaken, that was able to get a championship, or I think it was Aston. I'm not too sure. I'm going to stop talking here because then I'm going to mix myself up later on in the day. But it's a handful of drivers in a really, really good field here in the 206 cadet class.
Yeah, no, it's 100% easy to get mixed up, especially when you're this far back and we're this far up and the track is this big. They all look the same, and so it's kind of hard for us to find out different points and to break them up on field. But as you're talking about, kind of a deep field. I mean, big names. Ashton Wyatt, we've seen on the National Series. Benjamin Osborne, I've seen on the regional as well. and many, many more. And like you're talking about the Barsh brothers, I do recall Amarillo last year when I had the privilege of announcing that when those two were in the front of the field. And if I'm not mistaken, they should be on energy carts. I don't know if that changed this year or not.
I think they're on Burrells here this weekend. So they are on Burrells, but them and Aston Wyatt aren't teammates here this weekend, as the Barsh brothers are under Trackside Karting Services GFC with Tim Lobo and his camp, and Aston Wyatt under, I think under that same tent, if I'm not mistaken, but also with the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy livery. A lot of teams out here, a lot of names, and it's super easy to get mixed up. So I'm sorry if we mess anything up for you guys. We're trying our best here, but hopefully we can bring you guys the best coverage here this weekend.
Yeah, and if we can't produce it up here in the booth, for sure they're going to produce it out on track. And as you're seeing in practice, already going back and forth and running up in packs. And I'm telling you, I'm shocked at the amount of aggression that we've seen so far, just from practice alone. As I mean, we can see from the booth up here, it's kind of off camera, but there are 3 kiddos going over into the switchback, coming back over, who are already going tooth and nail. And there on your screen is the 277, who, if I'm not mistaken, is, we said down in the screen,
Micah Masad,
who is leading the pack of 2 right now. And yeah, they're trying to get things figured out. Like we're talking about practice now, qualifying up next for these kiddos.
Yeah. Like we said, right? It's definitely just warm-up session, making sure that your stuff is good, nothing's gonna fall off, that the engine feels fine, the gas is running correctly. You have no cracks in your fuel line. It's happened to me before, right? In the 206 class, where you go out on track, you feel like your engine's cutting out, and you're like, something's going on. It can be as minimal as a fuel line crack that can really ruin your entire day. So it's really important to get that done here in the warm-up before qualifying. Figure out all those little, take off the cobwebs from yesterday and really get going here today.
And then you'll find the most, because I'm in the same situation, there be the most things you wouldn't even think of that would go wrong.
The most
fuel filter getting clogged, and then suddenly your engine's cutting out, and you're chasing it, you're cleaning your car, and it's like, oh, look at this, it's all gummed up.
Yeah.
But no, there are those little things you don't even think about here, and preventive maintenance can only go so far. As checkered flag is out right now, it's Ashton Wyatt at the top of the board, with half this field still have to make their way across the line. And so it's going to be interesting for you and I, Caleb, when it comes time for qualifying, is that even the field gets checkered flag here, they still have almost 7 tenths to go all the way around, so there could be a last minute across the line to shake things up.
Yeah, correct. So for the majority of these drivers, it's just track position, right? So Aston Wyatt able to cross the line, went fastest that time, but I think he's going to get the checkered this time, as he's currently in the infield section for Aston Wyatt. He went fast with a 50.957, currently purple on track. Tanner Barsh behind him in second. Dutch Westbrook in third here at the moment, with Marshall Steves in fourth. And I think that's going to be all she wrote here for this qualifying session. It's going to be Simon Milo Petracchi in fifth, Simon Klein in sixth, Tyler Warwick in seventh, Theodore Mitchell in eighth, Benson Hale in ninth, Micah Masad in 10th, Jensen Willander in 11th, Caden Lehas in 12th, Brandon Barsh in 13th, Yo Maren Vargas, in 14th, Wyatt White in 15th, Rodolfo Garza in 16th, Tyler Backwood in 17th, Keelan Short, Benjamin Osborne, and Tyler Street. Not sure if they didn't have transponders on for this one, but they're going to round up your field here in 206 Cadet, presented by Rim Rock Raceway. And attention in the paddock here, so for our viewers, really not going to matter to you guys, but there's a driver's meeting today at 9:30. Driver's meeting at 9:30 at the bleachers next to scoring. So driver's meeting at 9:30 for all of you guys in the paddock, and it's going to be at the bleachers next to timing and scoring here today. So driver's meeting after the first set of practice sessions, as we are going to get set to go green here once again with our 206 junior class. Five 206 juniors here, but this is all going to build up to our KA100 senior class later on today. And if you're not happy with me and Caleb, if you're getting tired of our voices here so far, you can go over. It's a double weekend for us this weekend. We have a handful of guys out in Phoenix, Arizona for the Rotax West, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's Rotax West out here this weekend with Emery Lida and Alexander Searle. So you can take a little bit of a break from us and go listen to our fellows over there in Phoenix of Alexander Searle and Emery Lida with a handful of other guys. Rocco Ruzic on the camera that weekend. Riley Can out there as well with Taylor Burris doing production on that side with our other boss, Trevor Blue. Here this weekend, we have a good set of crew here. Kyle Cuthbertson, our creative director, out here this weekend, working a camera with Nicholas DeAndrea as well with on the other camera. We have Simon Sykes, USF 2000 champion, getting set for a test day on Monday for him out here this weekend. Working production before he has to get going. So Simon Sykes out here working production for us. Brandon Simone, official AKR driver back in the day, Brandon Simone. So he's out here this weekend as well, working our directing. He's the guy in our ears all weekend, and then it's Caleb and Caleb here this weekend. Caleb with a C and Caleb with a K. Which one's spelled right? We may never know.
I think we both know, but we're going to disagree on it. But as we already have one of the juniors off here going into turn 4 right now in the double. I'm telling you, that double left here at the end of the straightaway, that's car number 22 of, I believe is that Jacob?
Jacob Oakes.
Yeah, who is off over there. And I'm telling you what, cold tires, I'm kind of worried about qualifying. Because if they're doing that now, imagine what they're going to do when they're actually trying to push it on that first lap.
Yeah, so Jacob Oakes, if I'm not mistaken, I think this is his first regional race out here this weekend under the R2 racing tent, the tent of Shelby Ramirez and her father, Mario Ramirez. A good little duo for them as they look for junior glory here this year. Able to come short in the 206 Junior Championship last year. So Shelby looking for a better year this year with 5 karts on track. Now it's Jacob Oates. We saw him go for a spin early on in the 322, and then he's currently on track. Chris Tracy in the 324, Robert Arena in the 353, Derek Wargo in the number 2, Shelby Ramirez in the 313, and this is his on track now. 206 Junior presented by Citadel Electric.
Yeah, so they're all running a pack, like you said, except for Oates, who had that off over there going into the turns 3 and 4. So these 4 right now staying in line, a lot more tame than what we've seen in some of the practices so far. And the thing that's a little bit worrisome if you're the drivers here, when you're getting in that tight 5-kart field, normally what they're running in now in the entire field is what you see in the fast pack, so to speak, of any other race. So you kind of have to just stay with it. Probably not going to be a whole lot of battling until you get to the last couple laps because you just want to be there at the end of it all. Yeah. So we've got to keep that one in mind. And if you have a little bit of an off, break up the pack, get out of the tow, it's kind of out for you.
Correct. And the big thing here, right, for these guys, there's only 5 karts on track. So if you end up being like Jacob Oakes here, who went off and had a little bit of mishap early on, and you get separated from the pack, it's going to be almost impossible to continue to catch up to the other 4 drivers on track, because they're going to continue to push each other forward. They're going to go down the back straightaway and push, and you're going to have pretty much no help out there on track. So for Jacob Oakes, it's a handful of work for him to get back to that group if he's wanting to. But in qualifying, it's going to be important for all these 5 drivers to go out together, get the draft, see who's better. But if you have a little bit of a mishap here, that's going to be all she wrote for you in whatever heat race or the main event. So Derek Wargo currently fastest, a 52.640. Shelby Ramirez in the 313, currently in second in the comp kart. Robert Arana in the GFC, the Trackside Karting Services driver in third, as we have a little bit of more moves. Shelby Ramirez stays there, but Derek Wargo goes faster, 51.675 for him. Chris Tracy down in fourth, and Jacob Oakes all on his lonesome, a handful off the pace here for him, as he has no draft, no tow here from the other drivers.
Yeah, and like you're talking about with the draft from the other drivers, going to be crucial here, especially in 206 as we see a pass up there. That was the 253 of Arnan back up in the front. They're still, I said they were tamed, now it looks like they're trying to turn it up just a little bit. And while all this is going on, our final group is now making the way up to the grid. That is Kay, a senior, and Caleb, I know you got your notebook out. A lot of silly season action happened, especially for in general, let alone for a regional series. But a lot of storylines that we're going to cover here going forward about the KA senior field that's coming up shortly.
Yeah, of course. We have like 10 drivers that ended up switching teams, moving camps. A lot of big names as well that we'll get to when it comes time to get on track here for your 206 junior class, presented by Civil Electric. So Derek Wargo here in the lead as we get set to go green for our KA 100 junior senior class here. Later on, presented by CRG Nordam. A handful of drivers, and we saw a lot of big changes in the offseason. A lot of junior drivers also coming into the mix this year as well. Some new teams reemerge, like your TV Kart Amarillo team that's out here this weekend. So good to see those guys, as Jacob Oakes currently coming into the pits now. That's going to be all she wrote for him here in this session. I think the checkered flag was out last time by, or it's going to be out this time by for them. So checkered flag is out. Or is that a black flag going?
That is a meatball flag.
That's a meatball flag for Shelby Ramirez, I believe. So that's it for Shelby Ramirez here in this qualifying session as they get one more in. Shelby Ramirez, I think, fell back to 5th here. So unfortunate for her in this practice session. So in this warm-up session, I should say. So Chris Tracy currently the fastest at 51.241 for Chris Tracy. Robert Arana in second. Derek Wargo in third. Shelby Ramirez, it's going to be it for her as she's down in fourth. And Jacob Oakes, her teammate, down in fifth. 51.241 currently the benchmark for Chris Tracy in, I guess, the fastest man in that track there. I think he's on the Trackside Karting Services GFC as well here this weekend as we get ready to change gears into our K8 100 senior class. A little bit of move there in between those junior drivers. Checkered flag is out this time by, and that's going to be it. Chris Tracy goes purple. Robert Arana second. Derek Wargo in third. Shelby Ramirez fourth, and Jacob Oakes in fifth here as we get set to go green here for K8 100 senior. We had a lot of big names move around, and we're going to get started here into our silly season. Joey Friend in the 903 was with Arcane Motorsports last year in the CRG. He made the switch over to TV Kart Amarillo with Kyle Uchinsky in his camp. Landon Skinner, your reigning K8 100 junior champion, made the jump over to the senior class. He went from the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy to Trackside Karting Services, reigning junior champion for him. So we're going to see how he does in his first big senior weekend. Alex Stanfield in 946. After a long time with the Team Felon GWR tent, he was set to retire from karting actually at the end of last year after an opportunity showed up with the TV Kart Amarillo team, and he's back in the seat here this year for a full season. Hopefully some national stuff for Alex Stanfield as well in the 946. The year 2022 Texas Sprint Racing Series champion Alex Stanfield. Jake Faulkner as well went from the Comp Kart to the TV Kart Amarillo. Jake French, a big name, in, like we've said earlier on, Jake French in the 961 in the factory kart here this weekend. Making the move into the Texas Sprint Racing Series and racing full-time here this year with his team and a handful of other drivers. Braden Robertson as well went from the CRG team to Trackside Karting Services as well. He's on a vintage kart here this weekend, a Crosslink Tony kart for him. Haven't seen one of those in a while, so good to see Braden Robertson running double duty this weekend. Jesus Vasquez Jr., another big one. We saw him in the national scene all last year at a vast majority of races, contending for wins, contending for podiums last year for Jesus Vasquez Jr. He's in the 977, went from Nash to Trackside Karting Services this year with P1 Engines GFC. He was able to take a win at the final round of at Speed Sports Racing Park to round up the year. Aiden Rudolph as well, one of the big ones. Your pole sitter at the Super Nationals 26 went from the Burrell Art Camp and switched over to the CRG Nordum team in the 979 for Aiden Rudolph. A different colors for him this weekend. A couple of juniors moving up, Justin Music as well in the Arcane Motorsports camp. Beckett Friesen as well, Landon Skinner and Diego Guillot just signed a USF Juniors contract with Zanella Racing, so congratulations to Diego Guillot. And that was a good battle between Landon Skinner and Diego Guillot last year to contend for the championship. Peyton Phillips in the number one as well, your 2023 reigning champion here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Eli Warren in the 997. Here with from Elk Creek, Kentucky, making his Texas Sprint Racing Series debut for Eli Warren, the privateer. Blake Nash, another big name here this weekend in the 914. Blake Nash racing here with a handful of these other drivers from Paraiso, California. A TSRS debut for him as well. And another big name coming into play here is the 936 of Xander Clements, Mr. Kart Chaser himself. 1,279 days since his last official race as he gets set to go on track for this warm-up session. Hopefully, Xander knocked the rust off yesterday, able to get going here as he's currently on track with a handful of these other drivers. A bunch of angry pack of wolves here. I'm sorry, it looks like I can't talk this morning. Angry pack of wolves here in this K100 senior class, and we know track position and being in the correct pack is going to be absolutely critical for these drivers here today.
Yeah, and like we talked about, this is one of the biggest fields and probably going to be one of the tightest as far as the amount of talent that's in this field. You're talking about Xander Clements, some things that people don't know about him. He used to be a national kart driver. Yeah. He has podiums at USPKS. He's competed in SCUSA. He's not someone who's thought, oh, I'm just going to be a commentator. Yeah. He was a very good kart driver before he decided to go into the booth and start Kart Chaser. But like you said, it's been a while since he's won the race. I think the last one I could think that he was in was the mechanics race at the 2022 IME Grands. He did participate in that one, but that was just rental karts.
It wasn't official.
It wasn't official. Wasn't official, but it was I think the only time I can think of that.
That's Diego Guillot off the racetrack there. His OTK and a couple of other Tony karts, a handful of other drivers off here early on in this session. So as you can see, it's still very difficult track conditions early on as the times are going to start to come in here in this K8 100 senior class. Your headline division here in at the Texas Sprint Racing Series as they get set to cross the line this time by. It's Braden Robertson currently with the fastest lap time. That's probably going to be set to change as we have other TV cards further back in the field of Alex Stanfield and Xander Clements. Landon Skinner goes second, your reigning junior champion, with a 45.498. Still Robertson at the top of the timing screens here early on, Caleb.
Yeah, and like we're talking about, tight field. I mean, looking at the times right now, if I wasn't mistaken, back there in the teens, Jake French, like we said, someone else is back out of retirement in 15th. I believe also Stanfield was back there as well in the teens. So very tight field again. That was the first lap there, so they're still putting in times.
Exactly. So the first lap for these guys is Aiden Rudolph gets set to cross the line this time. Well, let's see what he has. The newly signed CRG Nordham driver, and he went quickest that time by. Braden Robertson able to go quicker than him, though, with a 44.823. So the 44s is going to be what we're seeing as still, like I said, track position in qualifying is going to be absolutely critical. This back straightaway, 0.3 of a second it's worth in qualifying, and it's going to be worth a lot here in when it comes to race time. There's Alex Stanfield there on your screen. Different colors for him. Kind of weird seeing him in the white and green. There's Xander Clements there on your screen with a white and blue helmet there. Mr. Kart Chaser himself in the TV kart camp, and the idea of Xander's seat is really crazy, right? So that's meant to be a scholarship seat for a driver for next year, right? So whoever, I'm not too sure. I'm pretty sure Xander will explain it later on whenever the press release is made. But it's going to be a scholarship seat. So Xander is pretty much getting it done here early on. So good to see him out on track and knocking the rust off so far.
Yes, and like you're talking about, it's kind of a promotional deal that when we get him up in the booth, hopefully soon, he can shine more light onto that as well. And look at the times. Blake Nash up into 7th. And again, some of these guys, just looking at it in general, could be easily up there in the top position. And this is just practice. This is just warm-up. So it's nothing to take too serious. Jake French obviously coming back at a retirement currently in P12. Xander Clements inside the top 20. Faulkner up in 20th as well. And then looking down in the order, so I'm just refreshing myself with all these drivers on here. Some guys not even running a transponder, went on track. Peyton Phillips doesn't have a time. Guido doesn't have a time. Eli Warren doesn't have a time, but that was the same thing we saw him with the 206 as well. So
I think the issue here so far is that a lot of these guys haven't put names to transponder numbers so far. So I think that's the issue we have here in timing. So not too sure who currently went fastest. You can see there on the left-hand side of your screen there on the ticker. There's a handful of fast drivers, and we know it's going to be absolutely critical to start inside the top 10 here for a lot of these big-name drivers. I can name you the top 20 are guys that we've seen in the National Series before. So we're going to have to see a lot of big-name drivers, and for those grassroots drivers to try to get in and contend with them as well.
Yeah, Joey Friend, another name who does have a transponder, just looking up on the board. And qualifying, like we said, you're going to have to be in a pack, but at the same time, you got to be in the right pack, because if you get into the silly stuff where you get a good run going and then 4 guys in front of you decide to go 3 wide or start battling for a position, for so to speak, in qualifying, that's going to hurt your time. So you got to be around guys you trust, number one. You got to have it timed up so that if anyone does get a good toe on you, then you can actually get around them, so to speak, on the backstretch. And so there's a bunch of different intricate things that go into it for qualifying that we're going to talk about as we go later on. But as of now, it looks like this is going to be a very close field, and honestly, I could see some of the top guys maybe not having a good qualifying run and getting pushed back there out of the 20s.
Yeah, and you can see a lot of big names being stuck outside the top 10 to start every single heat race here. It's going to be an absolute dogfight for the pole position as the checkered flag comes out this time by Aiden Rudolph and Braden Robertson, the first ones to take the checkered flag for Robertson in the cross link there. He goes second. I think Aiden Rudolph crossed the line. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Aiden Rudolph could have been the fastest one on track that time by, because when he crossed the line, the transponder lit up, and he was the only one who had crossed the line at that time. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, it could be Aiden Rudolph with the fastest lap of the, in this warm-up session, a 44.579 for Rudolph there. And we also know a lot of these guys may be on used tires. Some of these guys may have slapped on new tires for warm-up yesterday, for practice yesterday. And so for a lot of these guys, it's going to be important to, whenever the new tires come on, make sure setup's right, make sure everything's right when it comes time to qualify. Because if you're stuck outside the top 10, it's going to be a haul to get back up and back up to the lead pack. Because we're going to know it's going to be rough racing here in the K100 senior class.
Absolutely, and just a quick reminder as well for all the drivers in the paddock, drivers meeting at 9:30 here in about 4 minutes. So all drivers meeting, location at the bleachers next to scoring. So we'll see you guys there shortly. For those of you who are watching us now, just giving a quick little update. This I believe, and qualifying are free to watch on the Kart Chaser app. If you would like to look more and see the rest of the weekend where you can watch all the heat races and the pre-final, you can subscribe for, I believe it's $9.99 on YouTube here to the Kart Chaser. Become a premium member. That gives you access to the heat races and the features going forward. If you're not doing that right now, we respect and thank you guys for supporting us here by watching practice now and qualifying going later on. But if you don't have it, start thinking about it, possibly getting that premium membership so you can watch the heats and the features, not only for this race, but all Kart Chaser coverage. So here, Arizona, SCUSA, USPKS, any other races you can think of that we cover, that will work for you guys as well. And again, something to think about. So I believe we're going to go on a little bit of a break here since we have drivers meeting coming up, and I'm going to turn it back over to Caleb.
Yeah, so before we go here for our the first little break of the day, as we go into the drivers meeting, if you are going to subscribe to become a Kart Chaser premium member, make sure you do it on an Android or on a laptop device. If you do it on your iPhone, Apple's going to charge you an extra $3, so it's going to be $12.99 a month if you do it on your phone, if it's an iPhone. So make sure you sign up on either a laptop or an Android device so you can pay $9.99 a month to get all coverage from all series that we go to. We have a busy schedule, 41 races this year that we're going to go to with all the live coverage and all the action. So you don't want to miss it. Like Caleb Smock said, sorry, it's going to be this warm-up session and qualifying free to watch, but when we go to our heat races and main events tomorrow, it's going to be for KC premium members only. So as we get set to take the break here, that's going to be it for your warm-up session. And before we get set to go for qualifying, we're going to hear a quick word from our sponsors.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Welcome back to the 2024 Texas Sprint Racing Series here for the Winter Warm-Up, live from NOLA Motorsports Park. My name is Caleb Vieska. Alongside me here in the booth this weekend is the one and only Caleb Smock as we get set to go green here for your micro switch class presented by Kart Racing Solutions. The first time across the stripe for these young drivers, a handful of drivers here in this class. If you were tuning in to warm-up, we saw a handful of these jockeying for position here, and we talked a lot about the draft here in qualifying. So this is going to be the first chance that we get to see the qualifying session today. There on your screen, that's Brody Stoffel, and behind him, I think that's Kimo Ahmad there in the group as well. That's Sophia Sada, that's Dutch Westbrook in that group as well. So this is your lead pack currently for this qualifying session. It's going to be the first time across the stripe, or second time green for these drivers as they start to get up to speed. The Sony Racing USA driver, there's Dutch Westbrook. I think that's a Tony Kart for Dutch Westbrook this weekend in the Kart Racing Solutions as they get through some traffic there on that lap. Dutch Westbrook got caught up there a little bit, and on the outside there is Kimo Ahmad in his Iron Rock Motorsports Skiller. Brody Stoffel currently with the fastest lap so far. They both went purple, Brody Stoffel and Kimo Ahmad, a 49.741 for both of the drivers. They are currently tied for the pole position. It's going to go the way of Brody Stoffel at the moment as it stands on provisional pole here for this micro switch class, Caleb.
Yeah, Stoffel's the first one to cross the line. He doesn't have a toe, and actually they're kind of spread out equally all the way through in that top four, so not a huge draft, so to speak, there going to come anytime soon. But again, 7 minutes is how long qualifying is, so there's still plenty of time for these guys to bunch back up and possibly get a toe, which we might see that here coming up as well from the 243 if I'm not mistaken. No, 244 of Ahmad there in P2. So he's slowly starting to close back up to Stoffel. Let's see the time across the line. He improves his time, but not better than Stoffel, but he is closing that gap down. So if he can get maybe another 3 or 4 kart lengths on him, he might get a good lap here this time next time.
Yeah, so fastest lap of the session so far for Brody Stoffel in the 229, so the Racing USA entry, a 49.209 for Brody Stoffel, all out there on his lonesome as Andrew Leon Astasio goes quickest with a in the 243 with a 49.202, 7 thousandths of a second quicker than Stoffel here at the moment. And Anastasio, not sure where he's out on track at the moment, but I think he's running on his own and able to set some good lap times here so far. That's Stoffel on your screen there with Ahmad behind him. We've seen Stoffel at some of the national races this year. He was out at the SCUSA Winter Series. That's where we saw him with a good year so far. As Ahmad goes purple, we saw him at the Rotax Winter Trophy. That's where we saw Kimo Ahmad with the Iron Rock team, a 49.028. The lap times continue to come down across the stripe. There goes Anastasio now. Can he improve? Anastasio does, and he's going to go purple, a 48.836 for Andrew Anastasio there. They're on your screen now for Andrew Anastasio on a Burrell Art this weekend here, and an interesting livery here by Andrew Leon Anastasio, paying homage to, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's Richard Petty, the King. Andrew Anastasio said he's a big fan of him, so good to see him there putting in a very good performance so far in this qualifying.
Yeah, this lap should be faster. He had the toe going down the back straight, able to get around coming out of the chicane of turn 2 before going down that long stretch. So he should have a little bit of extra momentum to be able to improve his time. I'm curious, though, of the top 3 who just made their way across. They're able to improve, but not their position. So we're going to see it now. Stoffel's still sitting there in P3. So let's see at this time Kimo Ahmad went up to the point. So he was able to improve overall. And there goes, if I'm not mistaken, that's Anastasio P2. So he improves, but not majorly on position. There's contact over there on track. One up and over.
Wow, unfortunate so far. We have one driver up and over. I think that's a Sodi kart of Brody Stoffel.
Yeah,
I hope he's okay. I really hope he's okay, as that's going to bring out the yellow flag here in this qualifying. Hopefully he is okay, and the red flag comes out for this qualifying session. Very unfortunate and sad to see a Stoffel up and over, as I think he was getting into some traffic. So we're gonna wait here a second. Hopefully he's okay. I'm not sure. I think that's going to be it for qualifying. Ahmad was able to go purple, a 48.696. Anastasio currently in second. Stoffel down in third. Not a bad qualifying so far, but I really, really hope that driver is okay. Dutch Westbrook currently in fourth. Victor Gus Wonderlay in fifth here. Tyler Blackwood in sixth. Nayeli Vargas in seventh. And Aiden Fletcher in eighth. All this is really unimportant at the moment, as we really hope that Brody Stoffel finds himself okay here. As we're going to take a quick break and wait to get more news. So that's not going to be it, I don't think, for qualifying here. We still have 2 minutes and 11 seconds left. I think that driver, Brody Stoffel, the Hooding Racing USA driver, seems to be okay. He is with the medical staff here at the moment. Seems to be okay. His go-kart, I don't think it's good in good condition to continue today. I'm not too sure unless they can get it straightened out. But unfortunate end to qualifying here for Brody Stoffel, who finds himself in third. So that's going to be all she wrote there for Stoffel. But the important thing is that he is okay and is doing good and up and able to move in his own power. So good to see Stoffel able to get up. Still Ahmad Anastasio in first and second. We have Dutch Westbrook in fourth, Victor Gus Wonderlay in fifth, Tyler Blackwood in sixth, Nayeli Vargas in seventh, and Aiden Fletcher running up your field here in Micro Swift, presented by Kart Racing Solutions. I don't think that's going to be it for qualifying. We have just gotten word here that the halfway through rule only applies in race conditions. So for qualifying, I think we are going to get green here again in this Micro Swift class today. So I think in just a couple of moments, as the track crew clears up the track, we're going to get green again here in this qualifying session for these young guns.
Yeah, so the track workers doing a fantastic job. They were right there at Stoffel as soon as he had his incident to check him out, make sure he's okay. They're clearing his car off the track now, and I believe the other driver involved in that incident is still sitting in their cart, so they might be able to continue on. As of right now, like you said, Ahmad P1, Anastasio P2, Stoffel P3, so we're going to see if his time can hold. He might be able to have a good result, but as you said, that chassis looked like it was not doing too well, so hopefully they can have something figured out. Hopefully Stoffel is okay. He can continue on possibly tomorrow, and Westbrook currently sitting in P4.
And I wonder if we can get eyes on that chassis here of Brody Stoffel, currently on the pickup crew. It seems to be a little bent there, as we are going to get a look here on your screen. Seems to be a little bent. So if they can get that thing straightened out, it'd be a lot of work. But if they can get it straightened out, he may be able to race later today. But it's going to be a lot of work to get down there, as we see a Stoffel's cart. But the important thing here is that he was able to get up and he's fine. He's walking around. So yeah, it's unfortunate. There are a lot of damage there to Stoffel's cart. So the important thing is, though, he is okay, and if we can see him racing, it'll be if we can see him racing later today, it'll definitely be a great story for Brody Stoffel after this incident here early on in qualifying.
Yeah, I'm thinking when I'm looking at it, it might just be that the spindles are bent, although if that yoke on that front left where it connects to the spindle to the actual chassis itself, if that is cracked or bent, then that chassis is going to be written off. But hopefully they can get that thing sorted back out and underway, as we are sending the rest of the field around now. Where they're not green yet, they're going to bring them all towards the start-finish straight, and then they're going to restart the session, continue the session from where it left off, which, as you said, I believe there's 2 minutes and some seconds left to go before we conclude qualifying here.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 11 seconds left here in this qualifying session. As we get ready to go green here again. The two drivers to watch are Kimo Ahmad and Andrew Lee Anastasio. So for Anastasio and Ahmad, I'm going to be interested to see if they can improve lap times here in this qualifying session. I think Anastasio, the last lap he was able to set was a 49.291. His fastest is a 48.836. So I think he got into some traffic in his lap. So for Anastasio, it's going to be important to see if with these 2 minutes and 11 seconds, you have to warm up the tires again, get the engine back going again, and get yourself back in the rhythm after seeing another one of your fellow racers after an incident like that. And for these young drivers, I mean, they're troopers, right? I wouldn't be surprised to see Stoffel back in the seat later this weekend, but it's going to be a lot of work, like we said, to get done for him in this event.
Yeah, the biggest thing for qualifying is the tires, because you have them set up to do as many laps as set, which about 7 minutes. You anticipate maybe doing 5 to 7 laps, give or take a few. Really good laps, looking about 3 or 4. So now the tires are sat, they cool back down. It's going to throw off the temperatures. It looks like they've pushed one of the drivers off to the side. So it also is going to be done here for qualifying. But they got to get them back up to temp, and also they're going to be thrown off with how there's different loads, different temperatures on the tires as they are doing normal laps around here. So we're going to see if possible they can get it sort of back out. They're green now, so the time is going to restart. And like you said, 2 minutes and 30-some seconds is all the time they have left to try and improve their times.
Right, so 2 minutes and 11 seconds. The timer starts now. The green flag's already out. So for these drivers, they're probably going to have 1, maybe 2 laps if they can get across the line in time. I'm thinking maybe more like 1 lap for these drivers as they still continue to get up to speed here. So I think the second lap, if they're able to set it, is going to be the most important one for these guys. Drivers to watch here: Ahmad currently on provisional pole of 48.696, 2/10 quicker than Andrew Anastasio, who's further back, trying to get through some traffic here. So Ahmad across the line with Dutch Westbrook right behind him. What is it going to look like when they cross the stripe next time by? Anastasio a little bit further back from Ahmad. Let's see what it looks like when they cross the line. Stoffel still in third, obviously, Westbrook in fourth. Victor Gus Wonderley, I think that's the Iron Rock Motorsports driver that was not able to continue. So he's on the main straightaway with his cart pushed to the side. That's Ahmad currently on your screen. It's going to be the first lap that he has back in full pace here. So let's see what Ahmad can do here.
Yeah, and look also for Westbrook, who's currently provisionally P4, but has the tow that entire last lap. And like you said, if it's going to be quick, is it going to be this one, or I think they're going to go one more. The flagman is not holding the checkered flag, so one more after this. And it looks like Westbrook kind of struggling to stay up with Ahmad right now. But if he can figure something out on that back straightaway, and Mike Closer here just looking at this last corner, might be able to put a decent time in. Let's see it across the line as they now make it. It looks like we are going to get one more lap for sure. Ahmad Westbrook goes faster. Westbrook improves his time to not position. Ahmad still P1 overall.
Yeah, P1 overall so far. That was a 49.383 for Ahmad, so he's not too far off his pace, 0.6 of a second, where he needs to get back to qualifying pace here. So if Ahmad can find something and solidify himself in that provisional, in that pole position, going into all 3 heat races, it would be it would mean a lot to him and his entire Iron Rock Motorsports camp. And the likes of Westbrook, currently in provisional P4, not able to improve, I don't think, and not able to close down that gap to Kimo Ahmad, currently in that second in the provisional pole here. I think it's going to be the checker this time by, and it is. Anastasio right behind Ahmad. So let's see what Anastasio can do in his final lap. Ahmad across the stripe first. Is Ahmad not able to improve? Anastasio not able to improve either. So Kimo Ahmad, pole position here for Kimo Ahmad in that Iron Rock Motorsports. Gillard, Kimo Ahmad in the 244, able to get pole position here in your Microsoft class, presented by Kart Racing Solutions. It's going to be Andrew Anastasio in second. Stoffel able to hold on to that third spot. Hopefully we can see him get back racing later this weekend. And if not, we wish the best to his family and to him. Hopefully he's okay. Dutch Westbrook in fourth. Victor Gus Wonderley ending his qualifying here early. So that's going to be all she wrote for Victor Gus Wonderley. Tyler Blackwood in sixth. Nayeli Vargas in seventh. And Aiden Fletcher rounding up your field here in Microsoft, presented by Kart Racing Solutions. It's Ahmad on the pole going into all 3 heat races. Up next, we have our 206 heavy class presented by, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's Maxwell Paper Products for our 206 heavy class here. We're going to get 206 heavy presented by TB Kart Amarillo Kart Complex. That's going to be your 206 heavy class coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Colin, I need a new 219 chain. I need a 77 toothbrush sprocket. I need some more chain lube, and I need it probably as soon as like tomorrow. Dude, are you even listening? Like, we need this to run this weekend.
Want anything else?
What do you mean?
I already got it in the Kart on Acceleration Kart Racing's online store, bro. All orders over $200 get free shipping.
Oh, throw in a set of tires.
Done.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free on orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Shop AKR.com.
Welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park. We are live from NOLA Motorsports Park. Wow, I said that twice there, Smock. My name's Caleb Vieska. As always, alongside me is Caleb Smock here. On track now is your 206 Heavy class presented by TB Kart. 10 drivers here slated to start today. 9, I should say, because Ross Smith, reigning 206 Heavy champion, not able to get going here today, not here this weekend, but still a handful of other drivers there on your screen. That's the likes of Michaela Bradley in the Kart, Kyle Hale in the Kart Republic, and I think leading that group is Madison Knox, who looks to have found some pace here early on in this weekend.
Yeah, Madison Knox getting a good push there. Coming across the line now, across the start-finish straight, is making their way through. Lap number 1 in the books. Again, 7 minutes is all the time that they're going to have to set a lap. So Madison Knox goes to the top for the moment, now gets bumped down the order as Jason Abrams goes up to the top. I think he was I think he's off the track right now coming through that chicane.
That's I think that's David Roddy in the 511 TV that actually went off there. So issues for him, and an off-track excursion like that can really pop a chain here in this 206 senior class. If you're not running a chain guard, it'd be much easier for that chain to pop off or just completely break there. You see Knox pulling a little bit of a gap there on Hale and Michaela Bradley going into turns number 4 and 5. The double left-hander there at the end of the back straightaway. So turn number 3 is the first left-hander, and then number 4 is the second one there. Down that back straightaway. Let's see what the lap times look like this time by. Hale now on the rear bumper of Madison Knox and continuing to push here. So this group is going to be the quick one because they are all together here. Knox across the line this time by. What does it look like? She able to improve? Not as of yet. She is able to go quicker, but only up in a third. So 52.546 for Madison Knox. Jason Abrams able to go up in a second. Michaela Bradley in 4th, and Hale finds himself down in the 5th spot. And I think it's currently the 501. Not sure who that is. If we can put a name with that number. I think that's Macon Moore, actually, who's on track now, if I'm not mistaken. We are going to confirm that here shortly.
Yeah, I think Megan Moore's in that second group behind the top three that we're seeing, and the likes of Abrams and Knox as well, as they're about to put in a lap. And again, it's still Madison Knox leading that group, coming over to her start finish. Had a little bit of a push going into turn one, but is out, not really much of a toe, just has to rely on what push she can get from the 555 coming across the line now. And again, that 555, if I'm not mistaken, is Hale in P2.
Yeah, correct.
Still in P4. So still Knox P2, Abrams P1, and looks like not a lot of change there in the top three, but a little bit more of a push there going into the double left-handers now for that top three running.
So I can confirm the 501 is making more, a 50.899 for him. It seems like the racing bug bit him last night, because he was out here, didn't run practice, but he is a Louisiana native, has a handful of laps around this track. And then it seems like he decided to race here today. So he's out here putting absolutely flying laps here in this qualifying session. A 50.899 currently. Abrams currently in second, a 51.636. A handful of time to find for Abrams. We have side-by-side in between Knox and Hale down the main straightaway now. Let's see what it looks like for them. I don't think either of them are going to improve, because they continue to fight there. And on your screen now, if I'm not mistaken, I think this is making more here. If our camera could focus here.
Yeah, I believe you are correct that is the 501 to make it more. And what's kind of interesting to me, he's running that time without a toe. No push, no toe, and he's at the top. Let's see if he can improve it this time. Across the line, a little bit of delay does improve. So without a toe or a push, making more is creating a gap over Abrams, Hale, and Knox. Now, you were talking about Knox when they came across the line, how she was losing, she's back in that third pack now, and then going side by side. What happened to her the previous lap is coming out of turn number 9, she dipped a wheel, lost momentum, and then Hale decided to go around. So if they can calm down a little bit and work the toe to their advantage, they might be able to go up a little bit higher. But as of right now, making more is currently on pole by himself. I believe he's really in a lap, or something might also work to his favor with the toe next time by.
Correct. So with just under 2 minutes to go, let's take a full lap around the track with Making More here and get you guys nice and comfortable with this track, show you guys around. So Making More is still the fastest man on track, a 50.659, and continuing to improve. So let's look at his line. It's going to be a really good a point for Making More. He's now going into turn number 1. So I guess we'll get a lap by, a full lap by with him next time by. There's that Making More there on your screen. So it's a 1-2 after the main straight here, the front straight. That's the back straightaway there for Making More, as he going into now is turns number 3 and 4, a double left-hander here. Good passing opportunity into turn number 3 and into turn number 1. Now he's going to go into turn number 5, a right-hander here. A little bit of a chicane, not really. And there's another double left-hander there of turns number 6 and 7. A lot of people you've seen jump that turn number 7 curb. There he goes through turn number 9 into a little kink in 10, and then turn number 11, the sweeping left-hander here for Making More. As he continues to set in purple lap times here. So that was a full lap here around NOLA Motorsports Park with Making More, and that's going to be, I guess, the line that we see as Making More puts his hand up in the air. That's going to be all she wrote for Making More, as I think the checkered flag is going to come out this time by for this group. The group of Knox, Bradley, and Hale haven't been able to improve. They find themselves in 4th, 5th, and 6th. That's Making More there on your screen. That's going to be it for him in qualifying with the provisional pole. Jason Abrams in the 517th, currently still in 2nd, as they continue to jockey for position across the stripe now for this group further back, with Knox and Hale going across the line now. So none of them are able to improve because they continue to fight here in qualifying. Unfortunate for them, because that's really not what you need here in this qualifying session. So for Moore, he found the track position, and he was able to set purple lap times on his own, and that's really unheard of here in this 206 class, because to be able to do that by yourself, you definitely have a handful of pace in that go-kart.
Yeah, and I think most of that was due to the 3 fastest that are 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of Abrams, Brody, and Hill, and also Madison Knox as well in 5th. They were battling back and forth. I want to say the whole session, they kept it kind of tame the first couple laps, but by the time the tires came up to temp, they were kind of just going back and forth with each other. If they would have, I don't want to say just sit back and relax, but let one person get a good lap through and follow the toe of them, they might have had a better lap time. So Making More by himself, I mean, almost a second over the rest of the field right now.
Definitely unheard of there for Making More early on. And that was a really master class of a session that Making More put on, a 50.659. It seems to be a one-horse race here at the moment. Everybody else a little bit off the pace here, almost could be about a second off the pace here from Moore and Abrams, who currently sits in second. So Moore has a handful of pace in that go-kart there. And we have the rest of the drivers going. Let's run you down your field. It's Macon Moore on pole. Jason Abrams in second. David Roddy is going to start third. Kyle Hale in fourth. Madison Knox in fifth. Michaela Bradley sixth. Nick Miller seventh. Lanny Toops in eighth. Casey Kane in ninth. Ross Smith wasn't able to get going. Obviously not racing here this weekend. The 206 Heavy reigning champion. And I think William Kane, either no transponder on for him or wasn't able to set a lap time in this qualifying session. So coming up next, that was your 206 Heavy class, and up next is your Honda Kid Karts, the youngest drivers that we'll see all weekend long as they take the track now. We have 9 Honda Kid Karts out here this weekend. And we've talked a lot about these young guns, we should say, right? Honda Kid Karts presented by Gallery Furniture here. 9 drivers in total, and the youngest drivers that we'll see here all weekend long, the likes of Holden Henson, Caden Tudor, Liam Lofton, Beckley Anderson, Brody Brown, Trevor Knight, Bodie Bayer, Deacon Wargo, and Ray Foley all slated to start here in this Kid Kart class.
Yeah, so the first lap is about to be underway. They're about to start the first lap, I should say, because they come out of the pits just in front of the start-finish straight. So they got to go one time by before the lap counter starts. That is for the lap times, and then the next time by is when it'll count. But as you're saying, these kiddos just trying to get used to things right now, especially with the qualifying run in general. As first one across the line is going to be that top cart number 10, Bodie Bayer, who's going to lead them down the straight. Toe is a bit of a factor here with kid karts, but you're not at that high level of motorsports that you would think, because most of these kiddos, like I said, just trying to get their chops, they're learning how to race, learning racecraft. Right. So some of them might have an understanding of a toe, and they might try to work it. Most of the time, though, it's just who can make the least amount of mistakes. Yeah, correct. So like you said, and the other big thing in these lower RPM classes is keeping the momentum of these karts up, because if you go off or have a bobble anywhere on this track, it's going to be super easy to lose a lot of momentum when those RPMs on the engine are just going to drop way down, and it's going to be super hard to get back going again and find your rhythm here. It seems like all these drivers not quite in line to have toe as of yet down the back straightaway. Not too far from each other, but also not close enough to really have any effect on the toe here. No, absolutely. It's going to be the case. And now, even watching them on track, there's not really any that are close enough to toe off of each other. So lap number 1 coming across the line now there for Bodie Bayer. The first one, Top Kart USA, cart number 10, making his way across. Let's see what time he does. This is going to be the benchmark for this lap. And he is able to go 105.160. Let's see the rest of the field. He can go faster. Bodie Brown to P2, Tutter to P3. Ray Foley, I think, is not next. It's Beckley Anderson to P4, and Holden Henson goes up into P3.
We have a driver on the main straight with a little bit of a bobble here on the main straight, right in front of us here in our booth. It wasn't on screen, but it was a little bit of a bobble for these young drivers. Able to keep it going, so good to see that by that driver. Not too sure. I wasn't able to get the number on it.
Liam Lofton, car number 41.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was Liam Lofton when he crossed the line. A little bit of a bobble there for him as he gets set. The number 10 currently of Bodie Bayer is the fastest man on track here. Not too sure where he is, but we're going to look for him to see where our provisional pole sitter sits on track.
Yeah, he currently now is making his way, as you're watching right now, car number 41. That was Lofton, who had that little bit of a bobble coming out of the final corner. There goes cart number 11. There's your leader now. Goes to the final corner, cart 10. Top Kart USA of Bodie Bayer making his way across the stripe right now, and he's going to put another lap in the books. Does he improve?
And I think he does. A 104.263 for Bodie Bayer. A good lap time by him. A lot quicker than drivers behind. 2 seconds quicker at the moment. Faster than Caden Tudor. Currently sits in that second spot. Brody Brown still in third. Holden Henson, I should say, up in a third now. A 106.510 for Holden Henson in the 99. Up in a P3 here. Brody Brown in fourth. Beckley Anderson in fifth. Liam Lofton in sixth. Deacon Wargo down in seventh. Trevor Knight in eighth. And Ray Foley rounding up your field here.
So we're just going to continue to watch these kiddos make their way through it in 7 minutes. Is how long it is in total, and we're currently at 3 minutes and 45 seconds. So just over halfway here of watching. Like I said, this is the youngest division of drivers that we have, not only here at TSRS, but also in the nation. This is the Kid Kart class, the youngest one where you can start at. Anywhere from 5 to 8 years old is where you find these kiddos. There's Bodie Bayer, cart number 10, still provisional pole. As we said, 104.263 is his fastest lap. Caden Tutter, who was running in P2, 106.174, so almost 2 seconds faster than the rest of the field.
Yeah, great lap time there, and as as he sets another lap time there, 104.499 for him. Still 2 seconds quicker, like we said earlier on. So we have one driver off the racetrack. That's the 41 again. That's Lofton, I believe. Liam Lofton off the racetrack there. Unfortunate for him, but he found himself with an off-track excursion there. A little bit of off-roading there by Liam Lofton. Able to get back going again, so that's good to see. If you want to watch these Honda Kid Karts race later today in the heat races and in the main event tomorrow, make sure to become a Kart Chaser Premium member for $9.99 a month on all Android or on your computer, on YouTube, whatever it may be. If you subscribe on that, it's $9.99 a month. If you end up subscribing on an iPhone, it's going to be $12.99 a month because Apple ends up charging a little bit extra on any iOS device. So if you end up paying on that, it's going to be $12.99 a month. We don't see the extra $3 that goes straight to Apple and the App Store. We only see that $9.99 a month. So if you want to see these young drivers and a handful of other drivers, some of the big name drivers race later today, make sure to become a KC Premium member for $9.99 a month. And that's not only for this weekend. That's for all races that we go to all year long with a handful of drivers. You'll see some of the biggest names in the sport race later this year. In a couple weeks' time at the Squeezer Pro Tour, at the United States Pro Kart Series, and a handful of other series.
Yeah, so definitely worth the investment, especially if you're watching a family member or friends from home. It's nice to show some support for them and be able to continue watching this now. We're watching Bodie Bayer continue to lead here as provisional pole for these Kid Karts sponsored by Gallery Furniture. As we said, now sitting over a second, so the time is coming down there from Henson in P2. It was almost 2 seconds, now it's barely over 1. So Henson getting a little bit faster. Bodie Bayer kind of plateauing his time. He was running the 104.2s, now he's kind of plateaued at the 104.4s last couple laps.
Yes, it seems like he slowed down just a bit for Bodie Bayer, who sits on provisional pole here as the checkered flag is set to come out this time by, I believe. Where I think it may. Our flagman has the checkered in his hand. Is Bodie Bayer going to get it? And I don't think he is. So
we're about
not
40 seconds away
quite
from
yet.
it, so
40 seconds away. I'm not even looking at the time, man. I'm not doing my job here. 40 seconds left. We didn't get to the checkered flag, but it is super close here as we come to the dying stages of this qualifying session. 99 of Holden Henson is across the stripe this time by, I think.
Oh, a little bit of contact
there. Wow. And one driver's around. Not too sure who that is. I think that's one of the Burrells, if I'm not mistaken, who went around and back onto the racetrack.
I think that may have been Henson who got sent off that 99. It almost looks like a Coyote got sent off there in turn 1. I could be wrong, but I think that may have been Henson that got sent off.
Wow. So contact here early on in his Honda Kid Kart class. Good to see him get back going. Not too sure who that driver was as of yet. We think it's Henson. That's a checkered flag now. Set to come out this time by. It's going to be the 33, or I think the 11 of Trevor Knight. Yeah, Trevor Knight. It's going to be the first one to get the checkered flag. He's down in 6th here, so we can get the checkered here in just a second. We're going to see Trevor Knight cross the line, not able to improve. He's going to stay in 6th. There on your screen is Lofton in the 7th spot as more drivers continue to cycle through and set in more lap times. The last lap that they're going to get here in this qualifying session. This is Honda Kid Karts presented by Gallery Furniture across the line. Oh, 2 drivers around there on the back straightaway. Wow. Contact in between the 17 of Brody Brown and Liam Lofton there. Wow. A dramatic ending to this Honda Kid Kart qualifying session. Contact late in this race. Wow. We've been treated to an absolute barn burner of a qualifying session here. So it's going to be Bodie Bayer on provisional pole here, and I think he's going to get it done. Nobody's able to improve yet. Lap time stopped coming in around the fourth lap was the last time they were able to set in lap time. So it's going to be Bodie Bayer on the pole position here. Holden Henson is going to be 2nd. Caden Tutter in 3rd. Brody Brown coming across the line in 4th. Beckley Anderson slated to start 5th. Trevor Knight in 6th. Liam Lofton in 7th. It's going to be Deacon Wargo in 8th. And Ray Foley, I don't think it's going to get going here this weekend. But on pole position, it's Bodie Bayer, your pole sitter here in the Honda Kid Kart class. Coming up next, we have our Mini Swift class with a handful of drivers, 20 drivers I think slated to start here this weekend as they're getting set to take the track next. That's your Mini Swift class presented by the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy. So we're going to get set to go green here in just a couple moments. Mini Swift presented by Allen Rudolph Racing Academy on track now. A handful of drivers, Alex Chandler, Nicholas Orbezo, Cade Casper, Oscar Gus Wonderley, Adrian Vargas, Simon Klein, Tucker Trieb, Aston Wyatt, Nathan Hughes, Rodolfo Lavin, Sophia Sadagova, Max Reed, Sawyer Chambers, and another driver, the number 145. Not sure who that is, not a name. I think that's Sawyer Chambers actually in the 145 there. So that is Sawyer Chambers in the 145 as they cross the line this time by. This is going to be the group to watch. We have a lot of big name drivers here, drivers that we see in the national scene for quite some time. So we've seen Aston Wyatt across multiple series. You saw Sawyer Chambers at the Road Tax events earlier this year, as now they're going to set their lap times in here for this Mini Swift class.
Yeah, so Mini Swift making their way through, and it looks like already now a good 4-pack you're watching on your screen now. So that should be probably the fastest group so far, because they seem to actually have it calmed down there in the front, like what we saw with the 206 Heavy, to where they were back and forth. So this looks like it's a little bit cleaner, more in line with the toe. They're probably going to switch places a couple of times. Let's see it first time around. This, again, provisional. This is all going to set to change. Ashton Wyatt currently P1 right now, although now he's going to fall down that second pad just a little bit faster. So that's Alex Chandler up to P1, Orbezo now up into P2. Ashton Wyatt's going to settle in for P3, Cade Casper P4, and then Tucker Tree rounds out the top 5. So right now the fastest one out of that first group is Ashton Wyatt in P3, and then that's, you can almost call it a second group. It's a 2-pack. A little bit later it's a 2-pack after that. That's the little bit faster of Alex Chandler and Orbezo along with Cade Casper and Tree.
Yeah, so a handful of races for some of these drivers. We saw Orbezo at Rock with the Rawson Performance Group team a couple weeks ago. So that was a good weekend for him, and now he's back racing here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. This time by across the line, it's Sawyer Chambers set to cross the stripe first. What does it look like for Chambers? Can he improve? He goes purple, a 47.798 for the Intrepid driver. Goes quickest, and I was, just as I say that, Alex Chandler goes faster, a 47.423 for Chandler. Orbezo goes second quickest. So that second group of Orbezo and Chandler is currently lapping a couple tenths, I shouldn't say tenths, hundreds of seconds quicker than this group on your screen here at the moment.
Yeah, and they're actually pushing each other both. It looks like Orbezo is pushing Chandler, so they're actually closing down the gap to the top 4. So they have probably about 4 or 5 more laps to run their faster times. Once they catch up to that front group, it might slow them down a little bit. So right now, this is going to be crucial for them to make sure that they don't push too hard onto each other or cause the other one to make a mistake. Although that top 4, they're right there, like you said, a couple of hundreds separates them. So let's see it now when they come across the line. Can they go to the top? I have a feeling Chambers might, and it looks like the timing still hasn't updated yet for the top 4. Again, Ashton Wyatt leading that front group there, currently P5 as it's shown. So once the timing updates, we'll know for sure. But that top 4 continue to now push hard going over there into that back straightaway. Looks like, if I'm not mistaken, I think that was Bezos just behind, pushing on the back of Chandler as well. So they're all pushing, the top 4 are pushing, and that 2-pack behind are also pushing. And Ashton Wyatt also up in the mix in that top 4, who might have a chance of going back further. Looks like the timing updated and not a lot of change. Still Ashton Wyatt P5, Orbezo's P1, Chandler P2.
So Orbezo went purple last time by, a 47.266 for Orbezo. What does it look like this time by for this group on your screen? And it looks like Orbezo and Chandler are catching rapidly here, the group that's on your screen. What does it look like across the stripe this time by? Aston Wyatt able to improve a 47.633, but not enough to compete with Nicholas Orbezo and Alex Chandler. Wow, a 47.246 here for Nicholas Orbezo, and for Chandler a 43.337. So Orbezo has found pace here later in this qualifying session than Alex Chandler, and continuing to lap quicker. There on your screen, that's Alex Chandler, the Iron Rock Motorsports driver. Behind him is again, under the Iron Rock Motorsports tent, that's Nicholas Orbezo, both on the OTKs and lapping very, very quickly and continuing to catch the group of Aston Wyatt, Sawyer Chambers, and company. Cade Casper currently in 5th, Tucker Trieb in 6th, Rodolfo Lavin down in 7th. Across the line this time by, what does it look like for Aston Wyatt with just over 2 minutes to go? None of them able to improve here. 47.900 there for Aston Wyatt. For Orbezo and Chandler, they went a little bit slower as well, so none of them able to improve. And for this group, it's going to be critical for Wyatt, Casper, Chambers, all to work together and continue to push forward down this back straightaway if they want to catch the 2 on your screen here at the moment of Chandler and Orbezo.
Yeah, those 2 together have been the fastest in the entire practice long. Like you said, they're closing up. I don't think they're going to catch them by the time we see the checkered flag. We're currently 5 minutes and 20-some seconds in, so just under 2 minutes to go. They are approaching him rapidly, and right now not quite a tenth ahead, about 9/100 separates them. So we'll see it. They might catch him at the tail end of the last lap.
And that's a pass there by the 122 going into turn number 11. So a pass by the 122 of Tucker Tribb. He felt like he had to go, and he felt he was quicker, but none of them able to improve for Arbezo, and Chandler not able to improve as well. And I think that's going to be it here for qualifying. I don't think the tires are as grippy as they were in the 4th lap here. They're going into lap number 6, and none of them able to improve. Arbezo last time by a 47.301, just a little over 500ths. Slower than what he ran his fastest lap. So for Arbezo, it's not going to be enough, I don't think, to beat his time. But for the group of Aston White, Chambers, and Tribb, let's see what they can do as they get set to cross the line. They're on your screen. You see them just passing a little bit ahead. This time across the stripe. What does it look like for Tribb, Wyatt, and Chambers? Can the two Iron Rock Motorsports teammates continue to close down across the line? They are able to improve. And Alex Chandler on provisional pole of 47.141 with 30 seconds to go. This is going to be the last lap of qualifying here. Currently, Alex Chandler on provisional pole. Arbezo fell back to 2nd. He caught Kate Casper there in the 6th spot. Wyatt in 3rd. He was able to improve. So was Tribb and Chambers, but they all sit in 4th and 5th respectively. They're on your screen. Let's see what Chandler and Arbezo can do. This is 1-2. The two Iron Rock Motorsports teammates. Can Arbezo get a better lap time than his teammate in Chandler as they get set to cross the stripe this time by? First, it's going to be Tribb and Wyatt crossing the line. The checkered flag is out and waving, so we're going to see what these drivers can do across the line this time by. This is going to be it. It's crunch time for these drivers. Can Chandler keep the pole, or is Arbezo going to take it from him? And it's going to be Alex Chandler on the pole position. The Iron Rock Motorsports driver able to take pole. Nicholas Arbezo is going to slot into 2nd. Aston White slated to start 3rd. Tucker Tribb in 4th. Sawyer Chambers in 5th. Kate Casper slated to start 6th. Rodolfo Lavin across the line 7th. Oscar Gus Wonderlate in 8th. Simon Klein in 9th. Sofia Sadagova in 10th. Nathan Hughes in 11th. Max Reed in 12th. It's going to be Adrian Vargas in 13th. Wow. What a qualifying session that we just had here, Caleb.
Yeah, Chandler and Arbezo did a good job of, at the start they weren't really working together. They had a little bit of gap in between them, but they were just by themselves fast. And then once they were able to close back up and work together, pulling away from the field. And again, that field's still close. About 1/10 separates Chandler from Arbezo. About 2/10 separates Wyatt from Chandler, who was provisional pole sitter.
Correct. So don't go anywhere, you guys. We are just about to go green here with the 206 senior class. Coming up next, presented by Slipstream Racing. This is a really stacked 206 senior class, and we saw a lot of drafting there in that mini Swift class, and we're going to see just that when it comes time to qualifying for the 206 senior class. A lot of big names and a lot of good drivers here to play this weekend in the 206 senior class. Caleb.
Yeah, they're going to have to definitely establish, and they're probably looking back to seeing with 206 Heavy and Mini Swift. We were talking about how you needed a tow in order to be fast, but now it's almost looking like if you tow the wrong way, you're going to struggle a little bit because they get themselves bunched up there and not able to set a good time. Yeah, well, only if you're making more you don't need a tow. But for these guys, there's a lot of good drivers here that are going to want to find a good pack to go out. And as we follow them out for the first time, it's Cameron Reed in the CRG. It's Josie Chambers behind her, and I think that's Aiden Kirk behind him, the CRG Nordum driver, as well in this front pack with one of the Wolf brothers in that group as well. And I think that's Drew Chappell. We have one driver around there at the start. Wow, more drivers around. I think that's that's one of the Intrepids that went around. The 677. I think that's Robertson who was involved. Robertson involved here early on. Is that Noah Murphy? Noah Murphy finished 2nd in the 206 Heavy Championship last year. Noah Murphy, wow, a lot of pace for him in warm-up, but that's gonna be a long haul back up the field for him. And we have a little bit of a separation in groups here. We have the one group led by the CRGs and the Intrepids across the line this time by, with 35 go-karts out on track here at the moment. Reed was the first to cross the stripe with a couple of CRG teammates behind her, and Robertson now set to cross the line with another one of the Intrepid USA drivers set. But there's two groups here. That's one of the, I think one of the drivers. Is that the Tillotson who's going off right now? I believe it is.
I think
644.
A group of like 20 drivers just passed them, led by Bryce Frank, Kelvin Zing, Mikey Bolin in the mix there as well in the Croc promotion with a couple of Kart Republics behind him. It's going to be a handful of drivers and a lot of people to keep up with. Jerry Fandry now sets across the line with Eli Warren further back. So the two Midwesterners making their Texas Sprint Racing Series debut this weekend. are going to work together. They're known to work together at the at Cup Karts North America, and they're going to do the exact same here as Cameron Reed. The first real lap time that we're going to get here from Cameron Reed as she crosses the line first with Chambers behind. What does it look like for Reed? A 51.251 as we have one of the Kart Republics off. That's a 6:16 I'm not too sure here as of yet, but the 6:16 off-track excursion here early on for him. Not sure who that was. That was one of the Kart Republic drivers. It was either one of the Fitz brothers or another one of those drivers. It's Frank and Zing, the two Allen Rudolph Racing Academy MGM drivers, set to cross the line this time by. What does it look like for the two of them? They're not able to go quickest. Sawyer Roussel, the hometown kid, a 50.607. And a lot of lap times continuing to come in here as Fandry and Warren set to cross the line this time by. Can either of them improve? And it's not enough as of yet to go purple like Sawyer Roussel is at the moment.
Yeah, and I'd keep an eye on the two back there with Jerry and Eli Warren. Like you said, both coming out of the Midwest, and Eli Warren has a lot of experience with 206 when it comes to Cup Karts. Also on the local series at Whiteland Raceway Park, Newcastle Motorsports Park. Also on the national, he runs KA, both in SCUSA and USPKS. And I know Jerry is very, very established when it comes to four-cycle racing. So those two together might be a good combo as we continue to watch leaders making their way through. And they've already broken up all the way over the whole pack. Like the entire field is spread out so far. Seville P1, Roussel P2, Adams P3, Robertson P4, and then one of the Wolf brothers was P5. He actually gets bumped down as Frank. Frank goes up to P4, and Robertson sits P5. Currently, Seville still your provisional pole sitter.
So this is, I can't express enough. This is super hard to keep up with because everybody is everywhere on the track as Fandry and Warren cross the line this time by. It's currently Reagan Seville in the GFC who is on provisional pole position of 49.879 for the GFC driver there. He crosses the line this time by. Can he improve? And I think he doesn't. It's Sawyer Roussel of 49.626 for the Louisiana kid. He's currently on the pole. Seville falls back to second. Wolf in third. Reed in fourth. Kirk up in a fifth. Addy Bamrou in sixth. For Frank, like you were saying, he fell back further back here is Fandry and Eli Warren there on your screen. Fandry in 11th and Warren currently in 10th here, Smock.
Yeah, and also something that's interesting is how far back Kelvin Zing is. He's back in the 12th position. He's someone you expect to see up inside the top 10, so maybe having trouble there with the toe. Here comes Warren and Friendly across the line. Let's see if they're able to move up. They were barely outside the top 10.
Not able to improve
they're
for the
still
two of them.
running 10th and 11th of Warren and Friendly.
0.6 of a second slower at the moment that the last time across the stripe for Fandry and Warren. So it seems like not able to make up time here. There on your screen is a couple of the Burrell drivers. Here now, that's Fandry and Warren there across the screen. Sawyer Roussel is in the OTK. I think he's about to get to the stripe here shortly if he didn't already pull in. Not sure if I can see Roussel out on track here in an OTK red speed for Sawyer Roussel as Frank and Zing sets across the line now. Warren and Fandry still on your screen. It's Roussel currently on provisional pole of 49.709 for Roussel. Seville still in second. Nobody able to improve lap times. Continuing to get slower here as Fandry and Warren cross the line this time by. Can they improve? And wow, out of nowhere, Jerry Fandry up in a P2. Eli Warren up in a P3 of 49.668. Jerry Fandry, where have you come from? Out of nowhere, puts it up into the front row. Roussel crosses the line this time by. Reagan Seville on provisional pole of 49.575 for Reagan Seville. Roussel able to improve. That drops Fandry back into the second row. So now this is all coming to play for here. And again, Zach Rivera, the VLR driver, up in a P3 now. This is absolutely crazy, Smock.
Yeah, Cade Wolf, who was sitting in P4, now all the way back into P12. So that shows you how much is shaken up inside the top 10. And I thought the times were starting to plateau off. I think it was going to go faster. But then Reagan Seville pulls it out of the hat, along with both Fandry and Warren as well. They're still nose to tail on track. Let's see if they can improve this time by. Let's see it. Fandry P5. Is he able to go faster? He does, to the point.
A 49.40504, sorry, for Jerry Fandry. Goes to the point with Eli Warren in second. Their time, it seems like they have come in at the end of this qualifying session with I think they're going to have 2 more laps to go in this qualifying session. So for Fandry currently on the pole, Warren there, and this is not going to help them out as they have to pass some lap traffic here. Seville falls back to third. He's going to cross the line here shortly, but the group to watch is the group of the Midwesterners, Jerry Fandry and Eli Warren here at the moment, sitting on the front row here. Seville currently further back. Not too far off the times. Thousands of seconds here are coming into play. Frank and Zing crossing the line this time by. Can either of them improve? No, they're I think they're plateauing here at the moment. Zing down in 12th. But let's see what it looks like for Warren and Fandry across the line this time by. One more lap to go in this qualifying session for Fandry and Warren. Fandry can improve. Warren can improve. Seville wasn't able to improve last time by. This is the battle for the pole here on your screen. Fandry and Warren first and second. Across the line comes Roussel. Had to pass some traffic there. I don't think it's going to be enough here for Roussel. The last lap. This is going to be the last lap of qualifying here. Let's see what it looks like for Fandry and Warren as they go into turn number 3 and 4 here. Fandry currently on provisional pole here in this qualifying session and continuing to close down the gap to more drivers ahead.
Yeah, let's see it now. They're going to have this last attempt as the checkered flag is out. Looks like everyone else's times have plateaued. So if these two make it across the line and they're not able to improve, I think they're going to have it either way. Well, let's see it. Through the final corner they go. They're still nose to tail. Warren there in that second position. The privateer pushing on Fandry and the TV cart across the line. Are they able to improve? It looks like they are.
Wow.
The only ones that lap that improved. Eli Warren to provisional pole. Fandry still faster in P2.
Fandry went purple that time by, and Eli Warren went even quicker than that. Roussel across the line this time by. What does it look like for Roussel? Can he improve? And he doesn't. Roussel plateaus there in that last lap. Only P4 for the hometown kid of Sawyer Roussel. More drivers. Drew Chappell, your reigning champion, across the line now. Not able to improve as of yet. So not good enough for any of these drivers, but Jerry Fandry and Eli Warren, the Midwesterners, found space on track, able to push, and Eli Warren on the pole position here. The privateer on pole, Jerry Fandry in P2, Reagan Seville currently in P3, Sawyer Roussel P4, Zach Rivera, the VLR factory driver in P5, Drew Chappell P6, Bryce Frank in the MGM AR Academy kart in P7, Cameron Reed in 8th, Jacob Oliver down in 9th, Braden Robertson, not the best track position for him, but able to put a lap together to make to put it on 10th. Josie Chambers in 11th, Kelvin Zing only 12th for him, and that's surprising here, Smock. Caden Wolf in 13th, Truly Adams in 14th, Landon Melson 15th, Aiden Kirk 16th, Samuel Jung, a race winner at the Texas Sprint Racing Series in 2023, only 17th for him. Addy Bamrou 18th, Mikey Bola 19th in his croc promotion, Jensen Harrow in 20th, Macon Moore in 21st, Chris Hoyles in 22nd, Landon Fitz 23rd, Carter Kogo 24th, Paul Braden 25th, Blaze Dornbaum 26th, Noah Murphy 27th, Afton Willander in 28th, Gabriel McLeod in 29th, Jahan Davis in 30th, Mackenzie Cullum in 31st, Richard Fogarty in 32nd, Ethan Gonzalez 33rd, Austin Hawkins 34th, Parker Fitz 35th, Braden Domingue and Jonathan Graves rounding up your field here in 206 Senior, presented by Slipstream Racing. Eli Warren, your pole sitter here in 206 Senior, presented by Slipstream Racing. An absolute barn burner of a session there in this 206 Senior class. Eli Warren on pole for the 206 class. Wow, that was the craziest qualifying session that I think I've seen in a long time, and with drivers slotting in different spots. Otherwise, we have one driver off early on here in this K Masters class. Like I was saying, those 206 Senior classes has been absolutely amazing. We had a handful of drivers spread all out through the field, and that was crazy qualifying.
Yeah, both Warren and Jerry did a great job of working together and trusting the process, right? Because for a while they were back there in the 15-16 position, and then out of nowhere they just went straight to the top. Tires came in, what have you, and they weren't able to improve off of it. But now it's time for some two-cycle race. We got KAs on track here to start their qualifying run. Again, this first time by, we're not going to know positions until they make it another lap around, because the time now starts for them in their qualifying run.
Yeah, so for the K100 Masters class presented by High Five Performance, we get set as we are green now, I should say, in this K100 Masters class. Miguel Muir, one to watch, your reigning champion here in the Texas Sprint Racing Series with the #1 plate. We saw him out at in Las Vegas later this year. At that race with, as well as Sean Owens. We saw him in Vegas for the 2 races later. Wow, we have a handful of drivers on. That's one of the comp kart drivers. I think that's Faulkner who was able to, who went off. That's one of the High Five drivers, and one of the Cosmics that's off as well. Hopefully those drivers can get back going again, because they're going to push their karts in. Wow, early on, and you see how important tire warm-up is here at Qualy.
Yeah, and I think we've seen that in warm-ups too, and they just didn't have enough time for tires to come in over that double left turn. You got that long straightaway. Even if your tires are halfway warm, they can cool off all the way down, and that's like you're driving on ice making their way through. And unfortunate to see for the 454 staying on the side of the cart, trying to pull it back over. I don't know if you may have dinged an axle up against that tire barrier and it's tweaked a little bit or what, but unfortunately I think his day may have come to an end here in qualifying now. He's got to start all the way back. And again, the thing with qualifying, you don't start on pole just for the first heat if you get pole position. You start on pole for all 3 heats. So it is crucial to get a good run here, and if you don't, you could have a very long weekend ahead of you.
Yeah, very, very long weekend if you find yourself outside of the top 10. And it's going to be really important in the lower speed classes where the draft is so important and working together is important. So starting further up the field is going to be critical for these guys and for these drivers as well as for Sean Owens and Miguel Mir. Currently, it's David Pergonde. Wow, the lap times continue to come in as the field continues to shuffle. Shane Burkett, a 46.763 for the 424. He finds himself on provisional pole here as it stands, as more drivers trying to work their way across the lines, and they did across the line this time by. That's one of the drivers. I think that's Faulkner who finds himself off the racetrack. Wasn't able to set in a lap time here. And I think that is Neil Faulkner on the side of the racetrack. So unfortunate end to his qualifying before it even started there. So unfortunate for him. Miguel Mir, your champion, your reigning champion here at Texas Running Seniors, finds himself only in 10th here with 22 drivers running up the field here in K Masters.
Yeah, and it's still a long weekend to go. And like you said, it's the first race back, so maybe missed it on setup, or possibly could just be not having a good pack to run with, as we've seen so far, because you have to have the right guys around in order to run fast. You could be quick, but then you're just bringing the whole field along as it's now Owens up to point, Burke P2, Miguel Mir, there he is. He's finally up into the top 3.
Just like we were saying, he finds himself able to work his way up into the top 3, but 0.5 of a second off of on Sean Owens. That's still Faulkner off the racetrack there, as Owens and Mir continue to work their way through. That's Mir there on your screen in the LN cart with the number 1 plate. And that's Miguel Mir, your reigning champion, with Scott Cherry, I think, behind him. Mr. Rimrock himself finds himself down in the 11th spot with Doug Foxworth right behind him in the 12th. So a lot of work for those drivers to do if they want to catch up to the likes of Sean Owens, who is currently flying out here. Sean Owens, the 420 LN cart behind a Gillard here at the moment, sets across the stripe that time by. That's Mir. You saw Owens go through first. Owens not able to improve. Baldus able to improve, though. 46.166 for Pierce Baldus. Finds himself up in a P2. Miguel Mir falls back to P4. Was able to improve his lap time, but not good enough to contend for the top 3 at the moment. 46.379 for Miguel Mir. As Owens looks for a move there in a turn number 3. Already racing here in K100 Masters as it looks like, Sean Owens looking for track position here as he wants some clean air.
Yeah, and while that battling is entertaining for us, I'm sure you viewers back at home, when you're on track, that is the worst thing you can feel in the driver's seat. If you feel like you have a good time going, someone tries to dive bomb you, you know that entire lap is a wash. So what you have to do is recollect your thoughts for the remainder of that lap and then try for it next. So as they're sorting themselves out, once they get into a good rhythm, then they can start throwing in faster times. We've seen Miguel Mir's group can have fast times. He's currently up in a P4. Plateaus lap time that last time by without battling back and forth. So this next time by, if no one tries to pass here coming up into turn 3, and I say that, and here we go, they're going to send it yet again going into that double left-hander.
Yeah, and the draft here as well, we've heard from a multitude of drivers that 0.3 of a second the draft is worth here around this racetrack. And whenever you have someone to follow, a little mouse to chase ahead of you, it's even better for some of these drivers. So for Miguel Mir, he's in a perfect spot here behind one of the Allen Rudolph Racing Academy LN carts further up the field, as Sean Owens in that group as well, who currently sits on the provisional pole with just under a minute and a half to go here for these KA100 Masters drivers going by High 5 Performance. Across the stripe this time by for Owens and Mir. What does it look like? Owens goes to provisional pole again, a 45.774 for Sean Owens, able to improve. It seems like they have found pace in the 6th lap here. Pierce Baldus currently in 2nd. Shane Burkett able to improve. Dex Nakin able to improve as well, up in a 4th. Dane Morgan in 5th, and Miguel Mir falling back to 6th here.
Yeah, so he had that good run up there, Miguel Mir did, then he starts to fall back down. Owens, I think, has been on pole most of this qualifying session so far. It's a little less than a minute to go. We are 6 minutes and 10 seconds in, so about 50 seconds remain before the checkered flag comes out. When the checkered flag comes out, that is not in the session. If you still get that last lap, once you get the checkered, then your event is done. So that might come into be a factor, and what we've seen so far is the tires kind of plateau a little bit around like lap 4 and 5, and then it seems to pick back up around 7 or 8, as now there's Baldus goes up to the point. Owens gets bumped down to P2, although when that main pack comes back around again, I'm interested to see if there's any more shakeup in it. So far, Miguel Mir falling back into P7. He's kind of plateaued right there at that 46.6.
Yeah, and I think the issue for Mir here, I think he either caught some traffic or just wasn't able to set in a good lap time. I feel like he's falling off from the group ahead of him. Has no partner to push as comparison to Sean Owens and Pierce Baldus ahead. they're pushing each other and continuing to work together to try and set in some good lap times. This is going to be the last lap. Checkered flag is out. A handful of drivers already getting the checkered here. So this time by for Pierce Baldus and Sean Owens. What does it look like across the stripe this time by? Baldus, the first one across the line. Can he improve? And he doesn't. So it's going to be Pierce Baldus on provisional pole. Mir across the line. Not able to improve for the reigning champ. So it's going to be Pierce Baldus on pole position here in your KA100 Masters class presented by High Five Performance. Sean Owens currently in P2. David Pregande P3. Shane Burkett P4. Dex Nakin in P5. And that's going to round out the top 5. Dane Morgan in P6. Miguel Mir down in P7. Not the best qualifying for him, and it's going to be a handful of work for him to work his way up the field here. Okay.
Yeah, so it's going to be a long run for most of those individuals, like we said, too. Faulkner back in the field along with Harwin, although I don't know if Harwin had an off if he didn't go out on track. But that is your KA Master, sponsored by High Five Performance, done and dusted. I'm not quite sure if they're going to have to do a delay because they're still backed up here. So some of these KA guys still may be out on track. So it might take a little bit to get going here with the next group out.
Yeah, so that being said, we have our KA100 Junior class coming up next. So KA100 Junior slated to come up next as we take a quick break to have a word from our sponsors. Don't go anywhere.
If you want beautiful, solid wood, made in America dining room furniture, come out and see the new selection of beautiful dining room tables, chairs at Gallery Furniture, and best of all, buy this beautiful, oh so comfortable, made in America dining room furniture, tables, chairs, servers. Gallery Furniture delivers free to your Houston area home in 3 or 4 hours tonight. Make family members on your beautiful new dining room table and chairs. Buy it today. New arrivals, Gallery Furniture delivers free in 3 or 4 hours to your home today.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real deal.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're gonna need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com? They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park. My name is Caleb Vieska, and alongside me in the booth this weekend is the one and only Caleb Smock, who will be joining me here in a couple of moments. As on track now is your KA100 Junior class presented by P1 Engines. We have a handful of drivers off the racetrack here early on. I think that's one of the GFC drivers here off the racetrack here. A handful of others who are off the track here at the moment. So unfortunate start for some of these drivers who have found themselves off the racetrack. There you see them on screen. As they're off the racetrack. Hopefully we can get some numbers on those guys here shortly. I think that's one of the GFCs who found himself off the racetrack. It could be Jackson Young, who was one of the quickest drivers out in practice here. Wow, a handful of other drivers into the wall there, down the back straightaway. The 827, big contact here. That was the 827 of, I'm not sure, and the 899. So we're going to get those numbers here for you guys shortly. That's Tyler Roberts there in the wall, and the 827 of Gage Bailey into the wall. Big contact for the two of them. And we've seen this every single session, Caleb, that a lot of drivers going off in turn 3 just haven't been able to break there with cold tires.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing, too, just trying to get the tires up to temp. Again, one of the longest straightaways that we have here. I mean, yeah, you have that chicane leading up to it. You're basically flat through it. Leading into that double left-hander, it's still a little bit chilly out. I just went outside for a moment. It's still a little bit breezy. You almost need a sweatshirt to be outside, but causing a lot of problems. We've seen in almost every class, and there's another driver climbing out of the cart as well. So
I think that's Wonderlay, who's out of her go-kart here at the moment, and that's going to be all she wrote for her.
So that's unfortunate to see. And all these drivers who, that's not only ruins your lap, but once you get those dirt and all the other stuff that's on your tires, you got to work that off. So then by the time that happens, only about 2 minutes left in the session. But right now, it was Domi up in front. Now Tyrone Kemper Jr., the hometown hero, P1 so far over everyone else. David Ybarra currently running in P4, Terrell P3. And again, this is very early on. These are probably going to change all sorts of ways in the next minute and a half.
Yeah, correct. So for Tyrone Kemper Jr., 451 there for Tyrone Kemper Jr. Joey Dome in that second spot. Mason Berry finds himself up in a P3 with a personal best lap time of 46.060 for him. And I think I may have been mistaken. That's another OTK that's off the racetrack, as I think Amelia Gus Wonderlay is still out on track here. Yeah, she finds herself in 12th. So she's still out there on the racetrack. If we can get a number on that cart later on here today, it could be Cash Perkins or Derek Warga. It's a handful of drivers that it could be. I'm not going to start speculating here. No need for that. But this is KA100 Junior presented by P1 Engines. Ibarra just went purple, a 45.334 for the CRG Nordum driver. And that's the two, it's one of the Trackside Karting Services, GFCs there. Across the line with Tyler Roberts after contact early on for him. That's, if I'm not mistaken, it's Graham Tremmel there on your screen. Graham Tremmel currently P3 and continuing to lap quickly. Santiago Uran, your IKF national champion, a 45.608 for him. Currently in P4 here, Caleb.
Yeah, so like we talked about, shaking up there in the front pack, Ibarra P1, as you said before. And I'm curious to know a little bit farther back if there's any outsiders here outside the top 10 that come as a shock. Easton Cox, I think, is a regular running back there in the 14th position. Again, not a huge class, or not the biggest one, I should say. 22 is a lot of carts here, especially for the junior category, as Tyrone Kemper Jr. still holding on to P2. 4 laps in so far, about a minute 30 in out of 7. So we're just over halfway, and I think we're going to see that plateau. Like there's like 2 laps where no one improves, and then all of a sudden they do about that lap later.
Yeah, we've seen it, and for these guys, a majority of these guys have a K100 senior driver, a fellow driver under their tent, and that driver's probably going to be telling them like, hey, like this is a strategy you need for qualifying. Hey, maybe burn a lap or 2, find yourself, get some good track position, maybe wait up, find a good spot to go. And there on your screen, that's the CRG Nordum driver of David Ibarra, currently sits in that provisional pole with Tyrone Kemper Jr. in that second spot. Just as I said that, a purple lap time there for Junior, a 45.208 for Tyrone. Goes into provisional pole. Ibarra wasn't able to improve. Goes down a second. Duran up at a P3, a 45.533 for him. So not close enough. See on your screen there is these two drivers, the Red Speed and the Gillard of Tyrone Kemper Jr. and David Ibarra in the CRG.
Yeah, so a lot of changing happening so far. Tyrone Kemper Jr., no surprise there. He went up to the top again. This is the track he calls home. He runs here quite often. He does make his way on the national circuit. David Ibarra, P2, probably going to be the two most commonly see up in the front. 5 minutes and 50 seconds in so far of 7, so under 2 minutes. Now down to 1 minute as we are now 6 minutes in. Tyrone Kemper Jr. set another purple time. He's got a 10th over Ibarra. Ibarra, I don't think he's come across the line yet, but he was plateaued last time he came across the stripe, so we're going to see that as well. And Santiago Duran up into P3 now.
Yeah, Santiago Duran able to set in a good lap time here. I'm not quite sure where Duran is on track here at the moment. Hopefully we can check in with him later in the session with just under 40 seconds to go. So for a handful of these drivers crossing the line this time, it's going to be the last lap of the session here as they cross the line. It's still Tyrone Kemper Jr. in the provisional pool here. That's Graham Tremmel currently in P4 with Ibarra crossing the line. Duran as well in that group. None of them can improve. We're seeing a plateau here in lap number 7. Tyrone Kemper Jr. still on provisional pole with Ibarra in second.
So let's see it, and they're all plateauing here in times. I don't think anyone's going to have any major strides here. It's all the way down the board. Looks like a couple farther back may have improved their time just a little bit, but inside that top 10, everyone's kind of plateaued. Checker flag is now out. Maybe 1 or 2 that can make the way up. Davis Henry can't. Barry also does not improve. I believe that 899 is coming across now. Roberts, let's see it. Does he improve his time? Looks like no. And I believe that may be it, and meaning Tyrone Kemper Jr. I don't want to jinx anything as we still have a handful to come across the line.
So he's making a pass there. Don't think he's going to improve this time, Caleb.
No, I don't think he is either. I think he knows it. I think he just pulled in as well. No, he did not.
That was Ibarra who pulled in.
So Ibarra doesn't think he can improve his time as well. And Duran goes up to P2.
Yeah, Duran up in a P2, able to find himself on the front row. Ibarra, the CRG driver, down to P3. Graham Tremmel in P4 as we have a handful of other drivers crossing the stripe this time by. They improve, but not by much, the likes of Luca Gomez and Hamza Anbar. So as it stands now, Tyrone Kemper Jr., the Louisiana kid, on pole position here in KA100 Junior, presented by P1 Engine. It's going to be Santiago Duran in P2, David Ibarra in P3, Graham Tremmel in P4, Joey Dome across the line in P5 was all he could do. Gage Bailey in P6, Tyler Roberts P7, Jeremiah Thomas in 8th, and Davis Henry in 9th. Mason Berry rounding up your top 10 here in KA100 Junior, presented by P1 Engines. Coming up next, we have your shifter class up next and on track here in a couple of minutes. We're live from New Orleans Motorsports Park. Don't go anywhere. My name is Caleb Vieska with Caleb Smock. Don't go anywhere.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that helps a driver who's just starting out in the sport all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Studies show that even the best current generation of simulators only convince 50% of the human brain that they are real. Here at SimCraft, that just isn't realistic enough. Developed to offer the most realistic karting sim experience in the world, all testing has shown that the physics engine used in SimCraft's Grid 1 model convinces 90% of the human brain that you are actually on track. Now that is the real
So I was wondering where Derek Wargo went in that KA100 junior class, and apparently his entire chassis snapped on him there after contact with another driver in that qualifying session. To not end well there for Derek, so that's going to put him out of contention here in KA100 junior, unless he has a spare chassis or something he can put together for this junior class. But that's going to be all she wrote for Derek Wargo, I believe, here in this KA100 junior class. On track now is your shifter class presented by Houston Freightliner Western Star. A couple of big name drivers here, a couple of drivers that we see in the national scene quite often. So we have Justin Dietrich, one of our flagmen that we're used to seeing out here at the many racetracks that we go all year round. Cameron Reed as well, a busy schedule for her this month. We talked about her earlier today. Vincent Crissard as well, master shifter driver. Seeing what he can do against these young guns here, Caleb.
Yeah, and the thing with shifter, it's so hard to get a lap right because, like you said, you have to make 0 mistakes when you're on track. That is the same for any class. However, shifter is a whole different animal altogether. It's a different driving style. It's a completely different mindset you have to go into. Normal classes, you can go in just anticipating to roll momentum through the corner, get back on the throttle. You can ask our expert shifter, Brandon Simone, who is a factory driver for Kart Republic, where you have to just come in heavy on the brakes. You can hold the inside line and then just throttle out of it. And if you make a mistake, it's easy to recover from. Yeah. However, it's going to cost you more since it comes down to those fine tints.
Yeah, correct. It's definitely important here. And for a lot of these drivers, I've seen a lot of struggle points here this weekend, is able to get off the line well. So whenever you launch off the starting box, it's for some of these drivers who aren't used to racing as much in these gearbox categories here, that it's been quite difficult to get the carts out of the starting box. Another driver that is relatively new to the shifter class, not so much we saw in Las Vegas, Cameron Reed, the Raging Cajun, currently in P1, a 45.003 for her, on provisional pole with Iran Pedraja, who was in second, but now Vincent Crissard out of nowhere, the CRG Nordum driver of 42.098 for him, currently on provisional pole here, Caleb.
Yeah, so times are continuing to fall down.
Oh, wow, that's Justin Dietrich. Issues for him early on, and I think that's going to be it. Unfortunate for him in his race to 50. Let's see if he can get that cart going again, and I think he's going to want to get it going as he finds himself currently in the 9th spot. He was having transponder issues earlier on today, and that's I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get it back going again as we have some passing further back in the field. Wow, 2 of the CRG drivers just getting a little bit too close for comfort there. Not too sure what numbers they have on so we can make them out. But 2 of the CRG drivers are very, very close as Crissard now crosses the line and sets in another good lap time. Not close enough to beat
sorry to interrupt you. I'm going to talk about it through what's happening right now. So this is called a bump start. What he's doing is he's holding in the clutch right now. It's in first gear, and he's running next to it, and he's going to try to throw it into gear. If he can bump start it, and a lot of times what will happen is if it'll take over, it'll be like a puff and it'll take off almost like a sprint car. Yeah. So he's struggling with that right now, and he's probably going to try it again. He needs to get running just a little bit faster, and actually I think he's going to pull it off the side of the field. Sorry to interrupt you there, but not only people know how to start those. You either have to get a push, but what's interesting is when people get out, run with them, throw them into gear, and try to get going on their own.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Justin. And that's going to be all she for him here in this qualifying session on his way to race all 50 states here in the United States. A great story by him that we can probably tell later today. Vincent Crissard now finds himself further back in the field into turns number 3. Down the back straightaway now for Vincent Crissard going into turn number 3. He's your provisional pole position sitter with a 41.976. Another CRG driver, Cameron Reed, the Reed Motorsports entry, finds yourself in second, a 41.984, a hundredth of a second at the moment. Slower than Vincent Crissard. There on your screen now is Crissard. We saw him at the Super Nationals at 26, contending for a podium all weekend long. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get it done in the main event, but he's back here this weekend looking for some Texas Sprint Racing Series glory.
Yeah, so the qualifying time goes on. Everyone's time still continuing to drop, as you said. So earlier, Vincent's still up into P1, Cameron Reed P2. Czar's up into the 3rd spot, was not able to improve on previous times. And speaking of shifters altogether, the one thing that's unique about being here at NOLA is typically if you have a tight hairpin, they usually have to go into first gear, pull in the clutch, stay on the throttle, and then dump the clutch. And typically that provides poor racing just because you can come on the inside line. What's cool about NOLA is that it's all sweeping corners. Yes, it is very technical, but there aren't any first gear corners, which is a godsend to any shifter racing. So while qualifying is going to be exciting, the race going further is going to be be even more exciting since they can actually race each other without having to go into first gear. So if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to that Kart Chaser Premium. But we're going to continue on with qualifying as we are now about 5 minutes in, so about 2 minutes to go, 2-minute warning.
And Vincent Cassard coming into the pits here. That's going to be it for him in his qualifying session. We see the strategy play out more in the shifter classes to really save tire and save him from wearing so much. So Cassard still on provisional pole, Reed still out on track, not able to improve, and I think that's just a little bit of inexperience from her as she continues to plateau, and I don't think anybody's going to get quicker here on the racetrack. Dominic Trolio was able to go quicker, but not close enough to Vincent Cassard here. So I think that's going to be it for the majority of these drivers with just a little under 2 minutes to go here, as now you see a handful of them beginning to come in to try and save that tire, because we know tire wear in these shifter carts is not the same that you see either in your 206 or your K. These carts do run through the tires a lot quicker than your other classes, Caleb.
Yeah, like you said, we're seeing a whole bunch
coming in now,
pulling off now, and you nailed it right on the head. Save the tires, especially those right rears get ate up because of the amount of force that they have to go through. And it's quite typical that you see, especially in national qualifying, where with about 3 or 4 laps or minutes to go, they'll just come in once they feel like they can't improve. As we see it again, there comes car number 54, that CRG of Rod coming in now.
Bernard, yeah.
Yeah, so he's coming in, and I think there's only 2 or 3 still out on track, so it's probably going to be, we might actually see all of them in before the qualifying session's actually up.
I wouldn't be surprised to see all of them in, but also some of these other drivers, younger drivers, newer drivers to the shifter class, maybe don't know as of yet it's important to save tires, and I think a lot of these guys are really going to continue to pound in these lap times. It's another one of the CRG drivers crosses the line this time by. That's Sodi there on your screen as they cross the line. None of them able to improve, so they're really just hurting themselves here at this point, hurting their tires and their tires going into the heat races later today.
No, 100%. And I believe we're about to see the checkered flag this time by. Is it 6 minutes and 54 seconds?
Wow, one of the LN carts just went way too deep down into turn number 3, and that's not going to help his tires out whenever you scrub them like that into turn number 3 at a really high speed pace. 90 miles an hour these shifters pull down this back straightaway, and it's very insane. Like you said, it's a very high speed track with a handful of high speed corners. These guys are barely not even getting into that first gear, and like we know in the gearbox category, the first gear is down and everything else is up, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so it's first, neutral, second, third, fourth, fifth, so on and so forth. And
just like a dirt bike, right?
It is, and you never want to go into first gear because that just is going to cause poor racing. So here, we're looking forward to seeing it for the future, for the heat races in the future. Checkered flag is out, and I believe everyone is across the line and or pulled in. So that is going to do it for shifter qualifying here for Tuesday.
Yeah, that's going to be it. So it's going to be Vincent Cassard on the pole position, a 41.942 for Vincent, the Frenchman, on the pole position. Cameron Reed in second, Noah Zars in third, Rod Clinard in fourth, Dominic Trolio in fifth, Zachary Mabry in sixth, Aaron Pedraja in seventh, Justin Humphrey in eighth, and Justin Dietrich not able to get going here in this qualifying session, Caleb.
Yeah, so he's going to have to start in the back, not only for the next heat race, but for all heat races against the feature. He's got his work cut out for him. So we're going to keep an eye on him and the rest of the field going forward, and it looks like they're still not got the next group out, which I believe is 206 Junior on the track yet.
I think it's 206 Cadet that's up next, if I'm not mistaken here.
I believe you are correct, yes.
Yeah, it's 206 Cadet coming up next. This was Shifter, presented by Houston Freightliner Western Star. Again, if you want to watch these guys come out here and race later today, you are going to want to become a Kart Chaser Premium member. For $9.99 a month, you can watch all national races and every single event that we go to, and to watch all the racing and not miss any of the action all year round, pretty much. And make sure to subscribe on either a laptop on any laptop or an Android device, so you won't have to pay the extra $3 that you have to pay whenever you sign up on any iOS device. So don't forget about that. We don't see any of those extra $3. That goes to Apple. We only see the $9.99 a month. So we have, that's going to be it for Shifter as 206 Cadet gets ready to roll out on track. As they do get going now, we have karts on track. It's 206 Cadet on track now, with a handful of drivers and a handful of other drivers that we're used to seeing. It's 206 Cadet presented by Rimrock Raceway. Bren Barsh and brother Tanner Barsh, Barsh Brothers Motorsports, out here this weekend with a handful of these young guns out on track here at the moment, and already looking for a good track position here to get started in this session.
Yeah, and like we've seen before, you can almost compare this to the micros and minis of how close the draft is going to actually come into effect, if not more, with it being a 4-cycle class. So already everyone's trying to break up, and what you really don't want to do is be on your own. Even if it's around a group of people, might not even be your teammate, might not be even someone you can stand to be around. However, you do need someone you can work with for qualifying especially, and as we said before, crucial qualifying is in order to get a good starting spot in all heat races. And already you're seeing themselves work each other out. They're kind of going 3 or 4 wide there. They're kind of broken up there coming out of the last corner. Now they're going to try to go single file, as you can see on your screen. Now single file they go, and right now your top 2, it looks like I believe that is the 271 of actually, I may have gotten the number wrong. I think it's 251 of Tanner Barsh, who is leading that pack out in front of the Burrell Art.
That is, yeah. That's the 251 of Tanner Barsh, who's leading that pack.
Oh.
Wow, we have one driver around. Wow.
What a save.
A full 360, able to save it there. I think that's the comp cart. Not too sure what number is on that go-kart here. Wow, a full 360 there, able to get it back going again. And a save of the century, I should say. Wow, that was insane, as Aston White is the first across the line on screen there with one of the Barsh brothers right behind him.
Yeah, so they're going to be the first ones across the board. Again, this first lap is going to be a little bit of a wash as tire temperatures continue to come up. And right now it's going to be who can get single file and work together the fastest. And as you said, Tanner Barsh, Ashton Wyatt, 1 and 2 respectively. Ashton Wyatt currently sets P1, Barsh P2. So they're going to be nose to tail, pushing each other. It's crucial now. Don't battle. Stay in line, push the guy in front of you, and do the opposite of what you're seeing on your screen right now. They're going side by side, dipping a wheel off on the outside of this pack, coming over into that quick little, almost like an S. Now coming into the final corner, there's back up to Tanner Barsh out in front over the rest of the field right now. Look for this lap time for him, and I believe that's Ashton Wyatt running P1 currently. It is Ashton Wyatt and Tanner Barsh across the line now. So let's see how much they can improve, or if they can improve across the stripe. They do, and it's going to be Ashton Wyatt up in front over Tanner Barsh to both improve their times.
Yeah, Ashton Wyatt going purple with 50.997 for him. Tanner Barsh currently in P2. Good lap time so far by the two of them out there on their own, finding good track position. As further back in the field, they continue to fight for position, going side by side. Not going to help out their qualifying here. The likes of Jason Willander, Benson Hale, Keelan Short, and company. Some of the Croc promotion carts involved there as well, as they continue to look for track position here. Further back, it's one of the, that's Dutch Westbrook actually. Dutch Westbrook currently in P4 there on your screen with a couple of the trackside karting services, GFCs further back in the field.
So they're going to stay nose to tail and try to improve their times. And now it looks like Ashton Wyatt may have gotten around Tanner Barsh there, so he's now going to be up on point. And their times are going to plateau. They're not going to improve, as it looks like we have a kart stuck now coming out of the exit of the final corner, that 223.
Yeah, so that was the 223 of Milo Podoraki. He was in 6th, and that's going to be all she wrote for him. He had good pace in that go-kart, and that's going to be all she wrote for him as he finds himself walking away. Seems to be okay, but some sort of issue has put him out of qualifying here early on in this one.
Yeah, so unfortunate to see. Qualifying is done. Good news, though, for the situation is they are currently, Milo is currently in P6, so let's see if they can hold on to that or if they're going to get pushed down the order. As I was saying last time by, Ashton Wyatt and Tanner Barsh did swap positions, so it's now Wyatt in front of Barsh. That last lap was going to be a little bit of a wash, but right now it looks like Ashton Wyatt might be starting to pull away from Tanner Barsh there in P2. Let's see what his time is across the board. Is he faster without him? He's not. He's actually slowing down a little bit.
Yeah, so Barsh currently leads that train, and Wyatt's the one behind Barsh at the moment. Aston Wyatt in the Burrell and the PSL karting Burrell suit with the red helmet there, and Barsh in the in the Burrell as well with the USA American paint scheme there. A nice livery there for Barsh. As you see Wyatt, the draft down the back straightaway is absolutely immense here. He catches all the way up to the rear bumper of Tanner Barsh there, and like we've said all weekend so far, that the draft gear is worth up to 0.3 of a second. So it's going to be super important for these guys to really continue to work together and push each other forward. So Wyatt's still on the provisional pole, and they've seemed to plateau out here a little bit. 2 seconds slower last time by. Sorry, a second slower last time by for the two of them. And Wyatt looks like a good lap for him so far. Can he improve? And he does. Wow, purple lap time for Aston Wyatt, a 50.738. Tanner Barsh able to improve, but not enough. The 213, though, on screen now, off the racetrack. I think I'm going to get a number. Keelan Short. Keely and Short off the racetrack. It's one of the Croc promotions off the racetrack. Found himself down in 17th, and that's not going to help his qualifying hopes here in this one. It's still Tanner Barsh and Aston Wyatt, the battle for the pole position here at the moment on screen. And it's still Aston Wyatt as it stands, but Tanner Barsh continuing to improve lap times here as he leads Aston Wyatt.
Yeah, they're about a minute 30 left to go. Actually, a little less than that, almost down to a minute here. This time across the line, it's going to be about 5 minutes and 50 seconds to complete, so they're going to have possibly 2 more laps. And as you said, Tanner Barsh out in front on that red, white, and blue livery, leading the way, and he's still running faster lap times than Ashton White, the red, white, and blue. Yeah. Plateaued the last time by. Tanner Barsh in second, went a little bit faster, but he's still down, 2 100ths down on Ashton White, so they're very close in times. And then they have a lot of breathing room, about a second before you get to Westbrook. They're running in P3 and company behind.
Yeah, so Wyatt and Barsh very much in a league of their own here as they continue to push down the back straightaway. Barsh still leads this this group. Barsh ahead of Wyatt here as it stands, and we'll see if they can improve. I mean, when it came to 206 Senior, we thought they were going to plateau early on. Late in the session, and we just saw them continue to get faster and faster. We saw Warren and Fandry trading positions all the way till the end, even on the last lap. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Wyatt and Barsh still being able to find some pace here late in this race. So Barsh in the red, white, and blue paint scheme across the line first, and Wyatt behind him. Can either of them improve? I think it's going to be the last time by. Wow, Aston Wyatt improves again. A 50.721 for Aston Wyatt. Tanner Barsh a little bit slower, 0.05 of a second slower than Aston Wyatt, who currently still leads the way here. So Barsh in second. And this is going to be the last real chance for Tanner Barsh to really try and take the pole position from Aston Wyatt.
Yeah, and he used that toe in the backstretch. He's, I think, closer now than he has been before as they come now into the chicane, working their way over now into the middle parts of the track. There they are on your screen. So again, that was Wyatt out in front. Barsh behind. We got a Kart turn around the final corner here. So hopefully
that's a 212. That's a CRG of I think Garza, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Rodolfo Garza goes around down the main straightaway, and this is it. This is going to be it for your qualifying session. It's going to be Barsh versus Wyatt. Who's going to get it? Checkered flag is out, and wow, Barsh had it for a second, but Wyatt was able to go 0.02 of a second quicker than Tanner Barsh. Aston Wyatt is your pole sitter here for 206 Cadet, presented by Rimrock Raceway. Tanner Barsh is going to be in second, was able to go quicker for just a second, and then Aston Wyatt crossed the line and was able to take the pole away from the hands of Tanner Barsh. Marshall Steves in third, Dutch Westbrook in fourth, and Tyler Morwick is going to round up your top 5 here in 206 Cadet, presented by Rimrock Raceway.
Yeah, so that'll do it for this one. I believe we still have 2 classes still yet to go, the 206 Junior, and then rounding it up with KA Senior. So don't go anywhere. You're going to stay tuned as we still have the feature event coming up here later for qualifying.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
Welcome to Rimrock Raceway, the premier karting facility and motorsport-themed venue in West Texas. While you're at the track, be sure to stop in to Victory Lane and enjoy our full-service bar and event center. We have live music and entertainment weekly, along with Texas's fastest go-karts available to the public. Located on West Highway 80 in Odessa, get your adrenaline pumping at Rimrock Raceway and live life full throttle.
Welcome back to NOLA Motorsports Park here in New Orleans, Louisiana for the first round of the Texas Sprint Racing Series. Winter Warm-Up here. On track now is your 206 junior class presented by Seville Electric. Chris Tracy currently on provisional pole at 51.187 for Chris Tracy. Robert Arena in P2, Shelby Ramirez in P3, Derek Wargo down in P4. An unfortunate end to his qualifying session after a snap chassis in the KA100 junior class for him. So unfortunate there for Wargo. Jacob Oakes currently finds himself in P5. At the moment, that's going to be your 5 here, running into 06 Junior, presented by Seville Electric. Still Tracy, though, in the GFC, if I'm not mistaken, I think, for Chris Tracy. On provisional pole, 51.187 for him, and continuing to improve with Arena in company there, continuing to push forward here in this field.
Yeah, and what we're seeing now is a 2-pack and a 2-pack and then an individual. So like you said, the top 2 right now, nose to tail, Tracy and is
Arena.
up in Arena are up in the pack right now, coming across the line now. They've been going back and forth for fast time so far as make their way through. Again, it's Arena up onto points. Robert Arena up P1, Tracy into P2, and then Ramirez and Wargo are in that second pack at 3rd and 4th. And then Jacob running right now, coming across the line, or coming out of the last corner, I should say, in P5. So it's going to come down to those 2 packs out in front. So the top 2 are nose to tail, and then Ramirez and Wargo, they weren't quite nose to tail that lap previously before. There's a little bit of separation between them, still kind of is now, but they're getting closer to each other. So as they continue to start to push and work in each other's toe, they might be able to make up that almost as like a half a second between them and the top 2 right now. So we're going to keep watching those 2 gaps, and we're still 2 minutes left to go in qualifying. So it's coming down to the wire shortly. Still a little bit of time, about 4 or 5 more laps to go here.
Yeah, so for Ramirez and Wargo, the 2 comp carts working together, the 2 GFCs working together. Speaking of that GFC trackside karting services team, they have a handful of big names under that tent, the likes of Gary Carlton under there, helping with tuning and helping with any questions that customers may have there. Tim Lobo as well, running a great program, a program that grew a lot this past year with Austin Garrison as well, helping out and coaching these young drivers. And it's quite evident because you have Chris Tracy and Robert Arena, 2 GFC drivers, 2 trackside karting services drivers, currently 1st and 2nd here as it stands, and a handful, they're 0.3 of a second currently quicker than 2 comp carts behind them of Wargo and Shelby Ramirez. So Tracy on provisional pole leads the pack of Arena and himself, so 50.795 last time by, continuing to improve across the stripe. Just under 2 minutes to go. It's going to be when they cross that stripe. Arena continuing to push Tracy here, so let's see what they can do in this session. Tracy crossing the line this time by, Arena behind him. Can either of them improve? They do. Arena goes to provisional pole, 50.622 for Robert Arena. Chris Tracy still in 2nd at 50.720 for Derek Wargo, able to improve, but not good enough. Still 4/10 of a second, sorry, off from him as they continue to jockey for position here. Arena now leading this group as he has found a handful of pace, and now Tracy going to be able to follow. So we saw Arena go quicker when he was behind Tracy. Let's see what Tracy can do when he's behind Robert Arena. On screen now is Derek Wargo and Shelby Ramirez. They try to continue to improve their lap times there. The 2 GFCs now on screen. So Arena now leading this pack. Let's see what Tracy can do behind Arena. They did have to make a pass, so this is going to be maybe a burner lap for the 2 of them. So let's see what they can do when they cross this stripe. It's still Arena on provisional pole. Time to beat at 50.622 and still jockeying for position here. Tracy seemed like he had a little bit of a better exit. Wasn't able to get the run though as they go a handful of a second slower than their fastest lap time. This is going to be, it should be the last lap they get. It's going to be cutting it close. They may be able to get an extra one, but this may be the last lap that Arena and Tracy get, as well as Wargo and Ramirez. And for Jacob Oakes, all out there on his lonesome, not going to help himself out. No draft for him, so unfortunate there for him as he continues to try and find time here.
Yeah, I think Arena and Tracy will get one more for sure. Wargo and Ramirez will not, along with Jacob Oates, who is running there in that 5th spot by himself. So they're going to see this time is probably going to be the best chance we have as a representation of what Arana and Tracy can do with the swap position. If Tracy doesn't try to pass back on Arana, we saw it the last time from the last corner, thought about it, and let's see if he tries to dot his I's and cross his T's this time. He does straight to the back bumper. I don't think this is going to be faster than before, but I could be wrong. Am I proven wrong? No, they're going to plateau their time. They will get one more lap and checkered flag.
Wow, Derek
at the
Wargo
line.
And Shelby Ramirez got the checkered flag at the line. So that's going to be it for the 2 comp carts. That's going to end their session. And for Jacob Oakes, it's going to end his session here early on. So still a chance here for Chris Tracy, who's still behind Robert Arena, going to decide to continue to push here. Is he close enough to try and gain time? It seems like Arana pulls a little bit on the infield to compare it to Tracy. And it seems like a difference of line into turn number 11 sees Tracy get a good run out of the last corner and suck up to the rear bumper there of Robert Arana. Let's see what it looks like. It's the 2 of them fighting for the pole position, the 2 GFCs of Arana and Tracy. What is it going to look like across the stripe into turn number 11? We go, sweeping left-hander. This is where I think Tracy has been a little bit stronger than Arana so far. Arana able to get a good pull. There goes Tracy across the line this time by. Who is it going to be? Can either of them improve? They cannot. Arana across the line, and he's going to be your pole sitter here in 206 Junior, presented by Seville Electric. Chris Tracy in P2, Derek Wargo P3, Shelby Ramirez P4, and Jacob Oakes across the line in P5.
Yeah, so that will do it for the 206 Junior class. Up next is the big one, KA 100 Senior, set to go live here. And again, this is going to be the last thing that is offered for the free broadcast and coverage. So if you want to see more after this, when we come back from our lunch break, you can become a premium member. And again, we recommend doing that on an Android and or laptop, so you don't have to pay that extra $3 to Apple, and you can just keep your hard-earned money in your pocket. And that's all the thing we're going for. So that'll do it.
It adds up. It adds up
does.
monthly. Whenever you pay $3 extra to Apple, no, I mean, I have an iPhone, love it. But whenever you pay $3 extra, I mean, it's kind of annoying when you want to pay the $9.99 a month here for these guys. A handful of big names here in KA 100 Senior, presented by CRG Nordum, as we get set to go green for the biggest class of the weekend. 40 drivers for this KA 100 Senior class. A handful of big names here this weekend, with a handful of names that also switch teams and some junior drivers now working their way up in this field. Track position is going to be absolutely critical. You see in the back of your screen a handful of drivers choosing to wait and others deciding to go here early on as we get set. And we are on track now. A handful of drivers now, 40 drivers. It's going to be super hard for Caleb, I should say, both of us to keep up with everybody on track. But we're going to try our best here. There's a lot of big names here. The top 20 is going to be absolutely jam-packed. We saw all of these guys on the same 10th in a warm-up. So let's see what it's going to be like here, as currently Jesus Vasquez Jr. leads the pack, Robertson behind him, and Landon Skinner there on that 3rd spot, Preston Pico in that 4th spot as well. They're currently on track. So in this qualifying session, we're going to try to keep up with as many drivers as we can, but it's going to be absolutely close all the way through. Across the line first is going to be Jesus Vasquez Jr., the first real marker, with a couple of the TV carts further back. Blake Nash there as well, so Roussel, hometown kid, in this mix as well. A lot of drivers here to keep up with, but we're going to try our best here. Cruz deciding to wait up further back in the pack. This is the first real time that we're going to see lap times get put down now. Robertson on the rear bumper here of Jesus Vasquez Jr. with a handful of draft down that back straightaway, and this is going to push Vasquez forward.
Yeah, so that, again, like we were talking about before, everyone, all the fast people, the top 20 that we're looking at, spread all over the field. So, again, we're going to try our best. But as you said, Jesus Vasquez Jr. currently leading the pack right now, getting a little bit of a push there. So this lap number 1 is going to be the telltale. This is going to be the benchmark going forward, setting the qualifying going on. 7 minutes in total as we're 1:14 in. So it's roughly going to be about 6 laps to set fast time. Who's going to go to it first? Vasquez Jr. is going to be the first one across the line, and he's going to get bumped down. Skinner, who was 3rd in that pack, goes up to P1 for the moment. And there goes question mark transponder. Everyone make sure you put your names on the transponder. Alex Stanfield goes up in the pack into P3. And the rest stay in line. Eli Warren go to the top 10. Jake French currently P9. So everyone made their first lap across. I believe Cruz, he's still way back there.
Yeah, Cruz with he's either waiting for someone or not too sure. I want to see if we can take a look. I think he's waiting for the group of Vasquez, Robertson, and company. So Cruz is going to wait to try and get some sort of a tow off of these guys. And I think Cruz is waiting here for these guys. He's going to now put his foot down on the gas and try to catch up with these guys there. Through the final tunnel we go. Let's see what it looks like for Vasquez Jr. this time by across the stripe. The GFC driver, what can he do? Does he go purple? And he does it, but not for long. Landon Skinner, a 44.983 for the reigning KA100 junior champion here at the Texas Sprint Racing Series. And more drivers continuing to file through. Stanfield falls back to 8th. Music down into 10th. Eli Warren up into the top 10 here as it stands. Robertson down to 5th with a handful of pace in that go-kart.
Yeah, and Guido up into P number 2, and I believe that was Nash also inside the top 5. Actually, no, he was 6th, so he's just outside the top 5, lamping up into P3. And the rest of the field, Eli Warmup was up 2 positions. Like you said, Alex Stanfield back there in 9th.
So I think at the moment on provisional pole position is Aiden Rudolph, the only driver who doesn't have a name on the transponder. He's back in the field, but he's showing the last right now. But his transponder number shows that he is on pole position at the moment. Rudolph now down to 4th. Still another one of those drivers there, but Rudolph down to 2nd here, I'm sorry. Vasquez was in 2nd for just a bit because the reigning champion, Peyton Phillips, up into the provisional pole position, a 44.654 there for Peyton Phillips. Rudolph falls back to 3rd. Vasquez in 2nd. Robertson in 4th. Blake Nash up in a P5 here, leading a handful of drivers here, the likes of Alex Stanfield and more in this group, and continuing to work their way up the field. 4 minutes to go in this qualifying session. All to play for here. Track position is absolutely critical in this one here in the K100 senior class.
Yeah, and Cruz, who is currently set P4 on track right now, he was one who took that gamble and took that entire lap to wait for the field to go around. Last time by was set 33rd. Let's see if he's able to improve up from there. I don't think he was, but he only went up to 22nd, so he's still waiting for his tires to come up to temp right now, as there goes Frenzen up to the point. Rudolph P2. Blake Nash cracks the top 3 as Peyton Phillips falls back into P number 4.
Rudolph was on that provisional pole for just a second, and then Beckett Friesen out of nowhere, putting a flying lap time, a purple lap time, a 44.517 for Beckett Friesen. Aiden Rudolph on his 4th lap, Friesen only on his 3rd, Nash on his 4th lap as well. So we're going to see when these guys start to plateau, if they do. Phillips there working his way through some traffic here, and that's not going to help him out. The reigning champion currently sits down in the 4th, the 2nd row. Not bad as of yet for him, but still trying to find a good track position here early on. Vasquez across the line this time as we have a handful of drivers off. That's Kurt Goodson and another one of the OTKs who goes off. Vasquez went across the line, wasn't able to improve. Friesen crossed the line, not able to improve either. Rudolph currently still sits in 2nd, Nash in 3rd, Phillips still in 4th as more drivers continuing to cross the line. Down the back straightaway here is Stanfield and Cruz. Adrian Cruz here for the Cruz Racing Development Team. Now there goes Aiden Rudolph down the inside there on Cruz. So still jockeying here for track position. Just over 2 minutes to go here in this qualifying session as we get to the 5-minute mark. Aiden Rudolph absolutely flying in that CRG, as well as Beckett Friesen, who currently sits on the provisional pole. What does it look like for Rudolph? Robertson, Vasquez across the line this time by. Here goes Robertson across the line. Vasquez across the line as well. Can they improve? Not as of yet. Rudolph across the line. Had to make the move on Cruz. See what he can do that time by. Still not enough. Cruz down in 16th here at the moment. Rudolph wasn't able to improve either. Friesen still on provisional pole, and it seems like they're starting to plateau here a little bit as they try to find track position.
I was just about to say that the times are starting to plateau. We've seen this before in all qualifying. Plateaus for a lap, and then somehow the times pick back up. I could be wrong, since this is a little bit one of the faster classes. It could have just plateaued in general. 30 seconds left to go. So if that is the case, where they plateau for 2 laps and then go faster, this is going to be the next time by is going to be the final lap for qualifying. They're going to have a good time because it's going to have to be the final lap either way. 20 seconds yet to go, and I don't think everyone's going to get another lap now, because coming to the line now is Skinner's group and company. I believe Vasquez Jr.
Vasquez and Robertson in that group. Rudolph across the line as well. Let's see what he can do this time by. Nobody able to improve as of yet. Skinner the only one, but he's down in 7th here at the moment. Lap times continue to come through, but qualifying has stayed absolutely the same here. These guys need track position here in this late stage of qualifying.
Yeah, and I think times are plateaued, and I don't think they're going to get any faster. I think only Skinner went faster. I think Cruz went faster. We took that lap to go down. He's back up into 13th. Eli Warren plateaued. Pico went a little bit faster as well. So overall, looks like they're starting to plateau in times.
So this is going to be it. The checkered flag may be out next time by. It's going to be close with 30 seconds left in this qualifying session. 6 minutes and 30 seconds down. The group of Vasquez, Robertson, and Skinner are going to get another lap. I think Rudolph is going to make it across the line to get another lap. Robertson goes quicker, up in a P2, 44. Wow, and I think we have a go-kart upside down somewhere in the field. Hopefully they can get back going.
Yeah, they got it turned back over. He's out of the way now.
And I think it's good.
Out.
So it's good. We still have the top 4 continuing to fight here. The checkered flag is out. That's going to be it here in qualifying with a handful of other drivers still. Stanfield finds himself down in 9th, barely in the top 10 here. But the battle for the pole position is going to be between Robertson, Vasquez Jr., and Skinner. They are 4th, 5th, and 7th, respectively, here at the moment. Rudolph in 3rd. Robertson currently in P2. Let's see what it looks like this time by. It's going to be Robertson, Vasquez Jr., and Skinner across the line. Can any of them improve? Robertson, can he go quicker? He doesn't. Vasquez Jr. up in a P3. Skinner up in a P4. Nobody able to improve. Rudolph falls back to 5th. Decides to go into the pits early, and I think it's going to be Beckett Friesen on the pole position here in KA100 Senior, as a handful of other drivers continuing to cross the line here. Nobody able to improve. Everybody decided to come into the pits early as the checkered flag did come out, and it's going to be Beckett Friesen, the junior, in his rookie season in the KA100 Senior class. Beckett Friesen on the pole position here. Braden Robertson in P2. Jesus Vasquez Jr. P3. Landon Skinner P4. A handful of these junior drivers have made a mark here so far. Landon Skinner in P4. Aiden Rudolph P5. Blake Nash P6. Peyton Phillips, the reigning champion, P7 was all he had today. Justin Music P8. Alex Stanfield P9. Drew Chappell P10. Diego Guillo, another one of the junior drivers, working his way up. A rookie season for him in P11. JD Lamping in P12, Adrian Cruz P13, Eli Warren P14, Preston Pico P16, Xander Clements P17 for him, Alex Pope P18, Cohen Summers 19th, Vinny Miskelis in 20th, Carter Knight in 21st, Jake French, not the best qualifying for him, in 22nd. But this shows you how close qualifying has been all weekend long here. The fastest lap times have all been in the same tenths for the top 5. Rudolph and Friesen all in the 44.517 here. This is absolutely insane here. The closeness in qualifying times that we have seen all weekend long, all in the same 10,000ths of a second, is what matters here, Caleb.
Yeah, and I think it's only going to get more hectic as we continue on with heat races, and maybe some guys who find faster lap times, or maybe people just got unlucky the entire qualifying session. But as they figure more things out going into the heat races, that's when the chaos is actually going to happen. Yeah,
this is absolutely insane. The fact that everybody is just tenths and thousandths of seconds close to each other is crazy in this K100 senior class, and it really shows you how stacked this class is. If you want to see all the action live later today, make sure to become a KC Premium member for $9.99 a month. You can subscribe and watch all the races all year long here, not just at Texas Sprint Racing Series, but everywhere throughout the year. So Beckett Friesen on the pole position here. If you want to see them go at it later today, it's going to be important to subscribe for $9.99 a month, as we're going to switch over to that premium to the stream for our premium members here. I'm sorry, we are going to go to a quick lunch break here, I believe. So we're going to have lunch, and at 12:40, I think we are set to go green here again. In this Texas Sprint Racing Series Winter Warm Up. It's been an action-packed morning here, Caleb, and I can't wait to see how it goes later today. This was KA100 Senior presented by CRG. Any final thoughts, Smock?
I think that going forward, all the classes are going to get more close in times as the track temperatures continue to heat up and more rubber's been put down. Looking forward to seeing it, and we look forward to seeing all of you on the live stream coming here shortly. We're going to go on our lunch break, and when we come back, make sure you have that premium membership so you can watch not only the two heat races are still yet to come for all classes live on Kart Chaser.